For thousands of years, the Trojan War has captivated our imaginations, a saga of love and betrayal, heroes and gods, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that it's hard to separate fact from fiction. But what if everything you've been told about this ancient conflict is only half the story? Behind the epic battles and legendary figures lies a web of myths, exaggerations, and truths waiting to be uncovered. Picture the towering walls of Troy, the cunning of Odysseus, the rage of Achilles. These aren't just tales from a dusty old book. They're pieces of a puzzle that historians and archaeologists are still solving today, and what they've discovered might just rewrite what you thought you knew. Think about the myths that have shaped our understanding of this war: divine interventions, a giant wooden horse, a face that launched 1,000 ships. But how many of these stories hold up under scrutiny? The truth is far more fascinating than the legends suggest. Hidden beneath layers of poetic embellishment are real people, real politics, and real motivations that fueled a war lasting not just 10 years but generations. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of armies, it was a collision of cultures, a struggle for power, and a turning point in ancient history that echoes even now. So why does this ancient conflict still matter today? Because buried within these myths are universal truths about human nature, ambition, sacrifice, and the blurred line between hero and villain. Over the next 30 revelations, we'll dismantle the most enduring myths one by one, from Helen's supposed abduction to the very existence of Troy itself. You'll discover how archaeology has unearthed evidence that both confirms and contradicts Homer's epic, how ancient propaganda shaped the stories we still tell, and what the Trojan War really reveals about the world that came before us. This isn't just a journey into the past, it's a chance to see history through new eyes, to question what we accept as truth, and to uncover the reality behind one of humanity's most enduring legends. Are you ready to see the Trojan War like never before? The myth that the Trojan War erupted solely because of Helen's beauty is one of history's most seductive oversimplifications. It paints the conflict as a romantic tragedy, a king's heartbreak spiraling into a decade of bloodshed. But the Bronze Age world was far more calculating than that. Imagine the Mediterranean as a chessboard, where Troy wasn't just a city but a linchpin controlling lucrative trade routes between Asia and Europe. This was about power, not passion. Helen's alleged abduction might have been the spark, but the kindling had been stacked for generations, shifting alliances, rivalries over resources like tin and copper, and the constant jockeying for dominance in a world where wealth flowed through ports like Troy. Archaeology backs this up. Troy's strategic location at the Dardanelles made it a toll booth for merchant ships, and its wealth was legendary long before Homer's tale. The real Helen, if she existed, was likely a political pawn in a much larger game. Think about it. Would kings really sacrifice thousands of lives and risk their kingdoms over one person? Or was Helen a convenient symbol, a way to rally armies behind a cause that was really about territory and treasure? Even ancient writers hinted at this. Herodotus suggested the Trojans might have refused to return Helen not out of love, but because surrendering her would mean admitting guilt and losing face in a high-stakes diplomatic standoff. This myth persists because it's poetic, but the truth is messier and more human. The Trojan War wasn't a love story, it was a calculated conflict where beauty was just the cover story for ambition. And that's what makes it so revealing. Even 3,000 years ago, leaders understood the power of a good narrative to mask the real reasons for war. To understand why Troy became the epicenter of such a legendary conflict, you have to look at a map not just of the ancient world but of trade and power. The city perched like a sentinel at the entrance to the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Aegean Sea to the Black Sea. Every ship carrying bronze, grain, or gold between Europe and Asia had to pass beneath Troy's watchful walls. That wasn't just convenient, it was a monopoly. Imagine a kingdom able to tax or block the flow of vital resources at will. Troy wasn't just wealthy, it was the ultimate middleman in a world where bronze, made from scarce tin and copper, was the lifeblood of armies and empires. This wasn't a war sparked by a single act of passion. It was a slow burn of economic tension. Greek city-states like Mycenae depended on those Black Sea trade routes, and Troy's dominance threatened their survival. Recent excavations reveal a city layered with fortifications, massive walls, guarded gates, and storerooms packed with imported goods. These aren't the marks of a place caught off guard by a love affair. They're the hallmarks of a fortress expecting a siege. Even Homer's Iliad, beneath its tales of heroes, hints at the real stakes. When Achilles sulks in his tent, it's not just over pride. He's enraged that Agamemnon seized his war prize, a woman symbolizing wealth and status. The truth, Troy's downfall was less about Helen's face and more about its address. Control the Dardanelles and you controlled the economy of the ancient Mediterranean. When the Greeks finally breached those legendary walls, they weren't just conquering a city, they were dismantling a chokehold on trade. That's why this war echoed across centuries. It wasn't a romantic tragedy, it was a corporate takeover, Bronze Age style. The Trojan Horse, the most famous trick in military history. We've all seen the images, a colossal wooden beast wheeled into Troy as a supposed peace offering, hiding elite Greek soldiers poised to strike. But here's the problem: building a structure big enough to conceal warriors, convincing the Trojans to haul it inside their walls, and keeping those soldiers undetected stretches the limits of practicality. Could it have happened exactly as Homer described? Probably not. Like so much of the Trojan War, the horse likely began as a kernel of truth before growing into myth. So what's the real story behind this legendary deception? One compelling theory suggests the horse wasn't wooden at all but a siege engine, a battering ram covered in damp horse hides to protect it from fire. In ancient warfare, these machines were often named after animals like Assyrian tortoises or Roman rams. The Greeks might have used one to finally breach Troy's famed walls, and over time the metaphor became literal in storytelling. Another interpretation points to earthquake damage. Troy's region is seismically active, and some archaeologists argue the city's walls show signs of collapse from natural disasters. If the Greeks attacked during or after a quake, the horse could symbolize Poseidon, god of earthquakes often associated with horses who shook the city's defenses. But perhaps the most provocative idea is that the horse was never a physical object but pure psychological warfare. The Trojans worshipped horses. They were symbols of power and divine favor. A gift tied to their sacred animal would have felt like an omen, making betrayal even more devastating. This wasn't just a trick, it was a narrative weapon, a way to frame the Greeks' victory as destiny. The horse's enduring power isn't in its size or materials, it's in what it represents: cunning over brute force, deception as strategy, and the blurred line between myth and military genius. That's why we still talk about it today, not because it happened, but because it feels true in a deeper sense. Sometimes the greatest victories come from the most unexpected tricks. The Trojan horse might be the world's most famous metaphor, so iconic that we've forgotten it might not have been a horse at all. Ancient storytellers loved weaving symbolism into their tales, and the horse could have been code for something far more practical. Take the idea of a false retreat, a tactic as old as warfare itself. Imagine the Greeks appearing to sail away, leaving behind a token of surrender, not a wooden statue, but perhaps a ship with a horse-carved prow. To the Trojans, a horse symbolized strength and divine favor, so this gift would have felt like a victory trophy, but hidden below deck, soldiers waiting to strike under cover of night. Another twist comes from siege warfare itself. The Assyrians and Egyptians used massive battering rams nicknamed wild bulls or storm dragons to shatter city gates. What if the Greeks built one disguised as a religious offering? A siege engine draped in horse hides both to protect it from fire and to play on Trojan beliefs could explain the myth's origins. Even the act of wheeling it inside might echo real siege tactics where attackers rolled towers or rams up to walls under the pretense of parley. Then there's the darkest theory, betrayal from within. Ancient accounts mention Antenor, a Trojan elder who allegedly conspired with the Greeks. Could the horse have been a covert signal? Historians note that Troy's gates were said to be opened by traitors, not forced. The horse might symbolize a fifth-column infiltrators who smuggled soldiers into the city, turning their own walls against them. The brilliance of the horse legend isn't its literal truth, but its psychological ingenuity. Whether it was a ship, a siege engine, or pure subterfuge, the story endures because it captures a universal truth. In war, deception can be deadlier than brute force. Troy didn't fall to an army, it fell to a story, and that's the real power of myths. They disguise history's messy realities in tales so compelling we're still dissecting them 3,000 years later. Achilles, the greatest warrior of Greek legend, wasn't born with golden armor or divine invincibility, at least not in Homer's original telling, the famous story of his one vulnerable heel. That's a myth layered onto the myth, added centuries later by poets who couldn't resist a dramatic flourish. In the Iliad, Achilles bleeds, rages, and grieves like any mortal. When he's wounded in battle, it's not some magical loophole in his heel, it's a spear to the arm that sends him reeling. Homer's Achilles isn't a superhero with a single weakness. He's a man whose strength is matched only by his flaws, and that's what makes him so compelling. So where did the Achilles heel idea come from? Fast forward to Roman times when writers like Statius spun new tales about the hero's infancy. According to these later stories, his mother, Thetis, dipped him in the river Styx to make him invincible, but held him by the heel, leaving one tiny spot unprotected. It's a gripping image, but it serves a deeper purpose, a cautionary tale about pride and the illusion of perfection. The message, even the mightiest can fall because of one unchecked weakness. The irony is that Homer's version is far more human and far more relatable. Achilles' vulnerability isn't physical, it's emotional. His rage over the death of Patroclus, his refusal to fight, his doomed choices, these are the cracks in his armor. The Iliad doesn't need a magical heel to teach us about mortality. It shows us a hero who's all too aware he's destined to die young. That's the real power of the story. It's not about a body that can't be pierced, it's about a heart that can't escape suffering. Modern retellings love the heel myth because it's neat and symbolic, but Homer's Achilles is messy, complex, and utterly mortal. His strength lies in his humanity, not in some supernatural gift, and perhaps that's the greatest lesson of all. True heroism isn't about being invincible. It's about facing your fate head-on, knowing you're just as fragile as anyone else. Achilles in Homer's Iliad isn't the invincible demigod of popular imagination. He's something far more compelling. A warrior whose greatest battle isn't against the Trojans, but against his own flaws. Homer paints him not with broad strokes of heroism, but with the messy contradictions of real humanity. When Agamemnon steals Briseis, Achilles doesn't calmly strategize, he erupts in fury, withdrawing his armies and dooming his allies. This isn't the action of a noble hero, but of a man ruled by pride. Yet later, when Patroclus falls, that same passion transforms into overwhelming grief, driving him back to war not for glory, but for vengeance. This emotional whiplash reveals the core of Homer's genius. Achilles isn't legendary despite his flaws, but because of them. The Iliad strips away any pretense of supernatural perfection. Even with divine armor forged by Hephaestus, Achilles bleeds, tires, and hesitates. In Book 21, the Trojan prince Aeneas nearly kills him with a spear to the thigh. No mention of an invulnerable heel, just a warrior saved by the gods' intervention. Homer's battlefield is brutally egalitarian. Even the greatest fighter can fall to a lucky strike or moment of distraction. What makes Achilles extraordinary isn't some magical protection, but his raw skill with a spear, his preternatural speed, and the terrifying intensity he brings to combat. The poet drives this home in visceral detail when Achilles finally faces Hector. Their duel isn't a clash of equals, but a demonstration of sheer, overwhelming mastery. Later storytellers couldn't resist simplifying him into a mythical figure, but Homer's Achilles resonates precisely because he's recognizably human. His famous rage, the menin, that opens the Iliad isn't righteous anger, but a self-destructive spiral. He knows returning to battle means accepting an early death, yet he chooses vengeance over a long life. This tragic self-awareness elevates him beyond later caricatures. When Priam kneels to kiss the hands that killed his son, Achilles doesn't gloat, he weeps, seeing in the old king a reflection of his own father. In that moment, the invincible warrior becomes achingly mortal, bound by the same grief that connects all people across time. The brilliance of Homer's portrayal lies in what it rejects. No magical invulnerability, no single weakness, just a man whose greatness and suffering stem from the same fiery spirit. Modern retellings that focus solely on the heel myth miss the point entirely. Achilles' real vulnerability wasn't a spot on his foot, but his inability to master his own emotions. 3,000 years later, that's why his story still burns so brightly, not as a tale of superhuman strength, but as a mirror held up to our own struggles with pride, loss, and the price of glory. The gods of the Iliad don't just watch the Trojan War. They bicker, scheme, and even bleed on its battlefields. Zeus hurls thunderbolts, Athena whispers in heroes' ears, and Aphrodite swoops in to rescue Paris from certain death. But here's the provocative question. Did ancient audiences believe these divine showdowns actually happened, or were they reading between the lines? The answer reveals far more about how people understood their world than about literal celestial meddling. Take Athena's famous intervention when she tricks Hector into facing Achilles. On the surface, it's divine manipulation, but zoom out, and it mirrors the brutal inevitability of fate. Hector knows he's outmatched, yet pride and duty drive him forward. Athena's deception isn't just a godly whim. It's the moment his mortal resolve hardens into tragic acceptance. Similarly, when Apollo spreads plague through the Greek camp, it's not magic, it's a poetic reflection of how ancient minds process disease. Without germ theory, what we'd call an epidemic became the arrows of Apollo, a divine explanation for the inexplicable. Archaeology backs this symbolic reading. Bronze Age votive offerings and temple ruins suggest people saw gods as forces to be negotiated with, not superheroes who personally dueled on battlefields. Even Homer hints at this duality. The gods often embody natural phenomena: Poseidon's earthquakes, Helios' scorching sun, Zeus' storms. Their interventions might be metaphors for the chaos of war itself. The sudden shifts in morale, the freak accidents, the moments when luck turns on a dime. Yet there's another layer. The gods' petty rivalries mirror very human flaws. When Hera seduces Zeus to distract him from the battle, it's not theology. It's satire, poking fun at leaders who let personal grudges dictate wars. Aphrodite's vanity, Ares' bloodlust, these aren't celestial traits but exaggerated mirrors of the warriors below. The Trojan War's greatest irony, the gods, for all their power, are just as flawed as the mortals they manipulate. So why did Homer frame it this way? Because myths aren't history books, they're psychological landscapes. The Iliad's gods give form to the unseen forces that shape human lives: chance, hubris, the weight of destiny. They turn abstract concepts into characters we can understand, making the chaos of war feel like a story with meaning, not just random violence. That's the real magic, not lightning bolts from Olympus, but the way these tales help us grapple with the ungovernable forces that still shape our world today. The quarreling gods of the Iliad aren't just celestial drama, they're a brilliant narrative mirror, reflecting the messy realities of human conflict back at the audience. When Athena guides Odysseus' spear or Apollo shrouds the battlefield in plague, these aren't arbitrary supernatural events. They're poetic shorthand for the intangible forces that shape war, intuition, disease, the sudden twists of chance. Homer's genius lies in turning abstract concepts into vivid characters, making the unexplainable feel personal and immediate. Take Athena's famous appearance beside Diomedes during his battlefield rampage. As she lifts the mist from his eyes, allowing him to recognize gods among mortals, it's easy to see this as literal divine intervention. But shift the perspective. What if this moment captures the clarity of a seasoned warrior's instincts? That sudden realization of an opponent's weakness, the flash of tactical insight that feels almost supernatural in its timing. Athena, goddess of wisdom, becomes the embodiment of strategic genius, a way to externalize the mental agility that separates great soldiers from good ones. Apollo's role is even more revealing. When his silver bow rains arrows of plague upon the Greek camp, it's a chilling metaphor for the indiscriminate horror of disease in wartime. Ancient audiences lacked germ theory, but they understood sickness as a force beyond human control. What better way to personify it than through the distant mercurial god of archery? The imagery resonates because it aligns with lived experience. Plagues don't announce themselves with scientific explanations. They strike like invisible arrows from the gods. Even the gods' petty squabbles serve a deeper purpose. Zeus and Hera's marital spats over the war's outcome might seem frivolous until you recognize them as reflections of political alliances and rivalries. Just as mortal kings jockey for advantage, the divine family negotiates, schemes, and compromises. This isn't theology, it's satire holding up a distorted mirror to the fragile egos and hidden agendas that drive real-world conflicts. The brilliance of Homer's approach becomes clearest in the contrast between mortal and divine perspectives. While humans agonize over choices and consequences, the gods observe from Olympus, untouchable yet endlessly meddlesome. They represent fate's cruel irony, the sense that our lives are both trivial playthings and deeply consequential dramas. By externalizing these forces as characters, Homer gives shape to the existential anxieties that still haunt us, the fear that our struggles are simultaneously insignificant in the grand scheme and all-important in our own hearts. This layered storytelling explains why the Iliad endures. The gods aren't just special effects, they're the psychological scaffolding of the narrative, turning a war story into a meditation on free will, mortality, and the search for meaning in chaos. When we read Athena as strategy or Apollo as plague, we're not stripping away the myth's power, we're uncovering its deepest truths. The divine isn't above humanity in these pages, it's the language through which humanity understands itself. For centuries, Troy existed in the collective imagination as a place of myth, as fantastical as the gods who supposedly shaped its fate. Scholars dismissed Homer's vivid descriptions of towering walls and bronze-clad warriors as mere poetic invention, until a brash, self-taught archaeologist named Heinrich Schliemann arrived on the scene with a shovel and unwavering conviction. His discoveries in the 1870s at a mound called Hisarlik in modern Turkey didn't just change history books, they shattered the boundary between legend and reality. Layer by layer, Schliemann unearthed not one Troy but 9, each built atop the ruins of the last, like chapters in an epic no one had believed was non-fiction. The most striking revelation, Troy wasn't some backwater village. It was a sprawling, wealthy citadel with walls 16 feet thick, guard towers overlooking strategic sea lanes, and artifacts revealing trade networks stretching from Egypt to the Black Sea. Schliemann's famous treasure of Priam, gold jewelry, ceremonial weapons, and delicate diadems wasn't just loot. It was proof of a society sophisticated enough to match Homer's grandeur. Even the city's destruction aligned with the ancient accounts. Archaeologists found evidence of violent fire and warfare in Troy 7, the layer dating to the late Bronze Age, precisely when historians believe the Trojan War may have occurred. But here's where the story gets complicated. Schliemann, for all his groundbreaking work, was also a showman who often twisted facts to fit his narrative. He famously damaged early Troy layers while bulldozing toward what he thought was Homer's Troy, and later analysis showed his Priam's gold likely belonged to an earlier era. Yet even his mistakes couldn't erase the monumental truth beneath them. Troy was real. Modern excavations with advanced technology have only cemented this, revealing a city rebuilt and fortified repeatedly, exactly the kind of prize worth fighting a decade-long war over. The real genius of Homer's account isn't in the precise details, but in the cultural memory it preserved. The Iliad's descriptions of Troy's layout, the Scaean gates where Hector faced Achilles, the winding streets, the strategic placement near the sea align eerily with the archaeology. This wasn't just a poet's fantasy, it was a distorted echo of something tangible passed down through generations of storytellers. The lesson here goes beyond Troy itself. It's a reminder that myths often hide kernels of truth, waiting for someone to look past the embellishments and see the real city beneath the legend. What makes Schliemann's discovery so enduring is what it tells us about human nature. We crave proof that our oldest stories aren't just tales but reflections of who we were. When he held up those gold artifacts and declared them Helen's jewels, he wasn't just being theatrical, he was bridging the gap between the heroic age and the modern world. The truth, as always, is more nuanced. Troy wasn't exactly as Homer depicted it, but it was real enough to remind us that behind every myth, there's often a place, a people, and a history waiting to be found. The layers of dirt at Hisarlik tell a story far more dramatic than any poet could invent. Dig down through the earth there, and you'll find not one Troy but 9, each city rising and falling like waves on the shore. The 7th layer, Troy 7, is where the real magic happens. Here, archaeologists have uncovered smashed pottery, arrowheads embedded in walls, and streets littered with sling stones, all frozen in time around 1180 BC, the exact era when historians believe the Trojan War may have raged. This isn't the stuff of legend, it's the smoking gun of a real, violent conflict. Walk those ruins today and you can almost hear the echoes of battle. The city's massive defensive walls, some sections still standing 20 feet tall, bear scars from sieges. Charred layers in the soil speak of fires that roared through streets, while hastily buried human remains hint at a population caught in chaos. But perhaps most telling are the treasures left behind, not gold or jewels this time, but everyday objects abandoned in panic. Storage jars still full of grain, tools dropped in courtyards, even children's toys half buried in ash. These aren't the relics of a city that faded away, they're the footprints of a civilization interrupted by catastrophe. Yet the real revelation isn't just that Troy fell, it's how it fell. The destruction wasn't some natural disaster. Arrowheads cluster near gateways where defenders made their last stands. Skeleton fragments show signs of blade wounds, not disease. And then there's the redeposited soil, a technical term archaeologists use for dirt churned up by invaders tunneling under walls. Homer's account of Greeks breaching Troy's defenses suddenly feels less like epic fantasy and more like battlefield reportage. What's truly astonishing is how these ruins mirror Homer's descriptions. The layout of Troy 7 matches key details from the Iliad, the wide boulevard leading to the Scaean gates where Hector faced Achilles, the winding alleyways perfect for ambushes, even the strategic placement of watchtowers overlooking the plains where armies would have camped. It's as if the poet had access to some ancestral memory of the city's final days. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar reveals networks of tunnels beneath the citadel. Could these be the secret passages later mythmakers claimed were used to smuggle soldiers inside? Chemical analysis of pottery shards traces trade routes stretching from Egypt to the Balkans, proving Troy was the cosmopolitan hub Homer described. Even the charred barley grains tell a story. Their radiocarbon dates cluster tightly around 1180, painting a vivid picture of a thriving city cut down in its prime. The lesson here transcends archaeology. Troy's rediscovery reminds us that behind every myth, there's often a truth waiting to be unearthed. Not every detail aligns. Homer's golden towers might be poetic license, but the core reality remains. This was a city worth fighting over, a prize so valuable that its destruction echoed across centuries until poets turned its ashes into legend. The real Trojan War wasn't just a clash of armies. It was the moment Bronze Age globalization collided with human ambition, leaving behind clues we're still deciphering today. Homer's claim that the Trojan War raged for 10 long years feels almost too perfect, a neat, epic span befitting such a legendary conflict. But dig deeper into ancient history, and you'll find timelines are rarely so tidy. The number 10 held sacred significance across Bronze Age cultures, symbolizing completion or totality rather than a literal count. Think of it like our modern habit of rounding numbers for dramatic effect. No one checks their watch when we say, "I waited forever," and ancient audiences likely understood 10 years as shorthand for a prolonged, grueling struggle rather than a precise calendar date. Archaeology adds fuel to this theory. The destruction layer at Troy 7 points to a single catastrophic event, a concentrated period of violence, not a decade-long siege. No ancient city could realistically withstand 10 continuous years of blockade without collapsing much sooner from starvation or disease. Even Homer's own narrative hints at intervals in the fighting. The Iliad focuses on a few pivotal weeks, suggesting periods of stalemate where armies may have withdrawn to regroup. Seasonal warfare was common in the ancient Mediterranean. Armies often disbanded during harvest seasons or winter, turning what we imagine as a marathon into a series of brutal sprints. Ancient chroniclers outside Greece tell a similar story. Hittite tablets reference conflicts with Archaeology, possibly Mycenaean Greeks over Wilusa, likely Troy, spanning generations, but these were sporadic clashes, not unbroken war. The 10 years motif might encapsulate decades of tension, raids, and diplomatic breakdowns culminating in Troy's final fall. It's as if Homer compressed a century of rivalry into a symbolic time frame, much like we might say the Cold War lasted 50 years, while acknowledging it wasn't 50 years of constant battle. The brilliance of this myth lies in what it reveals about ancient storytelling. Round numbers like 10, 40, or 100 weren't fact-checkable statistics. They were narrative devices, a way to convey scale and significance. By framing the war as a decade-long ordeal, Homer wasn't lying. He was elevating truth through poetry. The real conflict may have been messier, but its impact resonated across generations, making 10 years feel emotionally accurate even if archaeologically fuzzy. After all, isn't that the power of legend? To distill the essence of human experience into stories that outlast the nitty-gritty details. The idea of a single, unbroken 10-year siege collapses under scrutiny when we examine how Bronze Age warfare actually functioned. Armies of that era weren't standing professional forces but seasonal musters, farmers and tradesmen who could only leave their fields and workshops for limited campaigns. Picture the rhythm of the ancient Mediterranean, planting in spring, harvesting in autumn, and winter storms making naval troop movements nearly impossible. The notion that Greeks maintained a continuous blockade of Troy for a decade stretches logistical plausibility. Homer himself gives us clues to this reality. The Iliad's focus on a few critical weeks, Achilles' rage, Hector's death implies long periods of inactivity, where both sides may have withdrawn to regroup or even resume trade. Archaeological evidence supports this interrupted rhythm. At Troy's harbor site, researchers found layers of imported Greek pottery mixed with local wares during the hypothesized war years. If this were a total siege, how would trade goods still be flowing? Diplomatic records from the Hittite Empire, Troy's powerful neighbor, add another layer. Tablets mention Wilusa, likely Troy, engaging in treaties and grain shipments with Ahhiyawa, possibly Mycenaean Greeks during the same period. These weren't nations locked in perpetual combat. They were rivals navigating a complex dance of conflict and commerce. The 10 years likely represent something broader, an era of escalating friction where raids alternated with tense diplomacy. Imagine a series of flashpoints: Greek ships seizing Trojan cargoes, Trojan allies harassing Greek settlements, each incident eroding trust until full-scale war became inevitable. Seasonal campaigns would explain why Troy's final destruction layer shows concentrated violence rather than decade-long deprivation. The city's storerooms contained ample grain when its walls fell, suggesting it wasn't starved into submission but overwhelmed during a decisive assault. Homer's compression of these events into a symbolic decade serves a deeper truth. For those who lived through it, the Trojan War wasn't just a military event, it was an epoch. The disruption of trade routes, the collapse of old alliances, the generational trauma of losing fathers and sons, these experiences would have made the conflict feel endless, regardless of actual combat duration. The number 10 becomes poetic shorthand for a civilization's collective turning point, where the old order gave way to something new. That emotional truth resonates far more powerfully than any calendar could capture. Modern parallels make this pattern familiar. Think of the Cold War's 40 years of tension, not constant fighting but a series of crises, proxy wars, and near misses that defined an era. The Trojan War's timeline works the same way, not a marathon of endless battle, but the climax of a long, simmering rivalry where the final siege was just the last act. This reframing doesn't diminish Homer's epic. It grounds its grandeur in the messy, human realities of how conflicts truly unfold. The war wasn't shorter than legend claims. It was more complex, weaving together seasons of violence with years of uneasy peace until the final storm broke Troy's walls for good. Paris stands frozen in the moment before his arrow flies, a prince draped in leopard skin, not cowering behind Troy's walls but striding onto the battlefield to face Menelaus in single combat. This isn't the coward of later legend. This is Homer's Paris, a warrior whose weapon of choice rewrites the rules of Bronze Age honor. The Iliad paints him not as a feeble romantic but as a disruptor, an archer whose skill with the bow makes him dangerous precisely because he refuses to play by the established codes of war. His infamous duel with Menelaus reveals the truth. Paris doesn't flee because he's weak. He retreats because his role in the war is far more complex than later storytellers would admit. Consider the cultural baggage of archery in Homer's world. Close-quarters combat with spear and shield was the domain of heroes, their clashes recounted blow by bloody blow. But archers, they fought from a distance, their arrows striking unseen, a tactic some Greeks viewed as dishonorable, even if devastatingly effective. When Paris lands his shot on Diomedes, piercing the hero's foot and knocking him from battle, it's a moment of tactical brilliance overshadowed by sneers from the very warriors who benefited from his skill. The duality here is striking. Paris is both scorned and relied upon, a mirror for society's uneasy relationship with innovation in warfare. Later Roman poets amplified his supposed cowardice, turning him into a cautionary tale about effeminacy and misplaced desire. Yet in the Iliad's earliest lines, Paris strides into battle, like a stallion fed on barley at the manger, his confidence radiating. When Aphrodite whisks him from the duel with Menelaus, it's framed as divine meddling, not personal weakness. Even his return to Helen's chambers isn't passive. It's charged with the tension of a man trapped between passion and duty. Homer gives us a Paris who's flawed, yes, but no more than Achilles in his rage or Agamemnon in his pride. The real reason Paris's reputation suffered over time says more about shifting values than historical reality. As later societies idealized the hoplite's shield wall and the gladiator's stand, the archer's pragmatism fell from grace. The bow became the weapon of tricksters and outsiders, while Paris's association with Helen, blamed for the war despite her limited agency, sealed his fate as a scapegoat. But archaeology hints at a different truth. Bronze Age arrowheads found at Troy bear intricate craftsmanship, suggesting archers held high status. Paris might have been a revolutionary, not a weakling, a noble who understood that victory mattered more than outdated notions of honor. This myth's endurance reveals how easily cultural bias can reshape history. The Paris of the Iliad doesn't shy from battle, he redefines it. His story isn't one of cowardice, but of a man caught between tradition and change, between love and war, between the hero Troy wanted and the one it actually needed. In the end, it's not his weakness that doomed Troy, but the city's failure to recognize that sometimes the future arrives not with a spear's thrust, but with an arrow's silent flight. Paris's infamous confrontation with Hector on the Trojan battlements reveals far more than petty sibling rivalry. It's a clash of worldviews. When Hector berates him for avoiding combat, Paris doesn't cower. He fires back with startling self-awareness. You're relentless, Hector, and you're right, but don't mock the gifts golden Aphrodite gave me. This isn't the whine of a coward, it's the retort of a man unashamed to prioritize different virtues. Where Hector embodies traditional warrior ethos face-to-face combat, glory through brute strength, Paris represents an emerging reality. Warfare was changing, and so were its heroes. The Iliad's original audience would have recognized the subtext. Archery wasn't just a practical skill, it was a cultural lightning rod. Achilles openly scorns archers as spineless, yet it's Paris's arrow that ultimately fells the mighty Achilles himself, poetically guided by Apollo, but loosed by the prince's own hand. Homer layers this moment with irony, the greatest Greek warrior undone by the very weapon he dismissed. Paris's triumph isn't framed as cheating, but as the inescapable hand of fate. The message is clear: the old rules of honor couldn't protect against the evolving face of war. Dig into the archaeological record, and this tension becomes tangible. Mycenaean frescoes show archers fighting alongside chariots, their status evident in ornate quivers and leopard skin garb, exactly how Homer describes Paris. A recently unearthed Hittite manual even details archery formations used to break infantry lines. Paris wasn't shirking duty, he was mastering a specialized role, one that required precision over brute force. His infamous shot that wounds Diomedes, that's textbook tactical archery, targeting an unprotected heel joint where Greaves gaped, a move requiring intimate knowledge of armor's weaknesses. What truly redeems Paris in Homer's eyes, though, isn't just skill, it's his refusal to apologize for who he is. When Helen tries to shame him into returning to battle, his response is startlingly modern. Don't wound me with your scorn. Right now, Menelaus has Athena's favor. Another day, my turn will come. This isn't evasion, it's strategic patience. Even his final act defies expectation. As Troy burns, he doesn't flee but leads surviving Trojans in a desperate rear-guard action, buying time for civilians to escape. The later tradition that paints him as weak says more about Roman militarism than Bronze Age reality. The tragedy of Paris lies in being both ahead of his time and trapped by it. He navigates a world where archers were simultaneously revered and resented, where love could be both divine gift and political liability. Homer gives us no easy answers, only a prince as contradictory as war itself, proving that sometimes the most hated figures in history are simply those who dared to be different. Hector's reputation as Troy's flawless champion crumbles under the weight of his own choices. The Iliad's so-called perfect hero makes a fatal miscalculation when he stands alone outside the Scaean gates, dismissing his parents' pleas to retreat to safety. In that moment, pride overrides reason, not just the warrior's code, but the instincts of a husband and father who knows his son's future hangs in the balance. Homer paints this decision with heartbreaking clarity. Hector's hand hesitates on the gate's bolt, his mind torn between duty and survival, before he ultimately chooses glory over prudence. This isn't the action of an untouchable legend. It's the tragic flaw of a man shackled by his own reputation. The myth of Hector's infallibility ignores his darker edges. When he strips Patroclus of Achilles' armor, he doesn't merely claim a battle trophy. He violates the unspoken rules of heroic combat by boasting over the corpse, a moment even his allies find distasteful. His relentless taunting of the Greeks, particularly his threat to drag Patroclus' body behind his chariot, reveals a cruelty simmering beneath the noble facade. These aren't the actions of a stainless paragon, but of a warrior pushed to his psychological limits by a war he didn't start but can't escape. Yet what makes Hector profoundly human is his self-awareness. Unlike Achilles, who rages against prophecy, Hector knows Troy is doomed and his death inevitable. His farewell to Andromache and their infant son Astyanax isn't just poignant, it's radical in its vulnerability. A Bronze Age warrior weeping openly, imagining his child enslaved and his wife widowed, shatters the stoic hero archetype. Homer gives us a defender who fights not for undying fame, but because retreat would mean betraying who he's vowed to be. The irony, Hector's greatest strength, his unwavering commitment to Troy, becomes his fatal weakness. Modern audiences might recognize this as the good soldier syndrome, where loyalty blinds one to alternative paths. Archaeologists have found parallels in Hittite military records, where commanders chronicle officers who refused tactical withdrawals, costing entire battles. Hector's story resonates precisely because it's not about perfection, but about the crushing weight of living up to an impossible ideal. Even as Achilles drags his body through the dust, we mourn not a flawless hero, but a beautifully flawed man who carried a city's hopes until they broke him. Homer's genius lies in this duality. Hector's heroism isn't diminished by his mistakes, it's amplified. His pride, his fear, his love for family make his final stand not just tragic but relatable. The lesson endures. True heroism isn't about being perfect. It's about showing up when it matters most, even when you know how the story ends. Hector's devotion to glory isn't just a character trait. It's a fatal miscalculation that reshapes the entire war. The moment he ignores Polydama's urgent warnings and orders the Trojans to camp outside Troy's walls, he seals their fate. Polydama's, the voice of reason, had interpreted an omen. An eagle dropping a live serpent into the Greek camp, a sign victory would slip through their fingers. But Hector, flush with temporary success, dismisses the prophecy with chilling arrogance. One bird signs best to fight for homeland. In that instant, he trades caution for bravado, and the consequences are catastrophic. The Greeks, led by a vengeful Achilles, exploit this blunder, slaughtering Trojans trapped outside their own defenses. This isn't just bad luck, it's a leader prioritizing personal honor over tactical wisdom, and Homer forces us to confront the human cost. The brilliance of Hector's portrayal lies in how his virtues become liabilities. His relentless courage, so admired by his people, blinds him to strategic realities. When he dons Achilles' stolen armor after killing Patroclus, it's not just a trophy, it's a symbolic mask disguising his own limitations. The armor fits his body but not his abilities, Achilles' gear was crafted for a fighter whose raw power Hector could never match. In that ill-fated duel, every strike he lands on Achilles' divine, forged shield only underscores the gap between them. Yet even as the truth dawns that he's been lured into a trap by his own pride, he doesn't flee. "No use, Athena tricked me," he whispers, a moment of heartbreaking clarity before he charges to his death. This isn't cowardice yielding to courage. It's a man realizing too late that his greatest strength, unshakable resolve, has become his undoing. What makes Hector resonate across millennia is the universality of his dilemma. He's torn between competing loyalties to his city, his family, and his own ideals of heroism. His final moments humanize him in ways few ancient characters achieve. Running from Achilles, he circles Troy 3 times, not out of fear, but because he's weighing the unthinkable: surrender. For a heartbeat, the unflinching warrior considers begging for mercy to see his son grow up. But when the gods tip the scales, literalizing his internal struggle, he accepts his fate with dignity. Even Achilles recognizes this greatness, promising to return his body for proper burial. The tragedy isn't that Hector falls short of perfection, it's that his flaws are inseparable from what makes him noble. His strategic errors stem from the same place as his devotion to Troy, an all-or-nothing mentality that leaves no room for compromise. In a world that celebrates invincible heroes, Hector stands as something far more compelling. A reminder that true greatness often lies not in never failing, but in how we face the consequences of our choices. His story endures because it's not about a demigod's downfall, but about every person who's ever strived to live up to impossible standards and found humanity in the trying. The Iliad's opening lines sing, "O goddess, the anger of Achilles," set the stage not for the entire Trojan War, but for a sliver of it. 51 days of rage, grief, and divine meddling near its bloody conclusion. Homer's masterpiece leaves out the war's most iconic moments. No wooden horse, no sacking of Troy, not even the infamous Achilles' heel. These gaps aren't oversights, they're proof that ancient audiences knew a vast tapestry of stories we've since forgotten. The Iliad wasn't meant to stand alone. It was the crown jewel of a now-lost literary tradition called the epic cycle, 8 poems spanning from the war's origins to its aftermath. Imagine a blockbuster film focusing solely on its protagonist's darkest hour, trusting viewers to fill in the backstory from cultural memory. That's how the Iliad functioned for its original listeners. Virgil's Aeneid, written 8 centuries later, fleshes out details Homer merely hinted at. When Aeneas carries his father from burning Troy, he's not just fulfilling a Roman origin myth, he's dramatizing events Greek audiences already knew from the Iliopsis, a lost epic cycle poem describing Troy's fall. The horse's construction, that comes from the Little Iliad, another vanished work quoted by later scholars. Even Odysseus' famous journey home, immortalized in the Odyssey, assumes listeners knew his earlier exploits from the Nostoi, or Returns, which chronicled other Greek heroes' fates. These missing pieces reveal a startling truth. The Iliad is less a comprehensive account than a hyper-focused character study, zooming in on Achilles' transformative rage while treating the war's broader arc as common knowledge. Archaeology mirrors this selective storytelling. At Hisarlik, the Troy excavation site, layers of destruction span centuries, proof that the city fell multiple times to different attackers. Homer's audience likely knew variants where Troy fell to earthquakes, diplomatic betrayal, or even Amazon warriors, as hinted in surviving vase paintings. The Iliad's genius lies in what it omits. By leaving the horse's mechanics to other poets, Homer keeps the focus on human choices. Hector's doomed courage, Priam's desperate gamble to retrieve his son's body, Achilles' wrenching realization that glory can't outweigh loss. Modern adaptations often stitch together these scattered fragments into a single narrative, but doing so misses the point. The Trojan War wasn't one story, it was a living tradition reshaped by each generation. When Virgil reimagined the horse as divine punishment for Trojan deceit, or Euripides painted Helen as a scapegoat in his play, The Trojan Women, they weren't correcting Homer. They were participating in the same creative dialogue that had always surrounded the war. The Iliad's power endures not despite its gaps, but because of them. Like a half-restored fresco, it invites us to imagine the missing pieces, proving that sometimes what a story leaves out is as compelling as what it puts in. The Iliad's brilliance lies in what it chooses not to say. Homer's focus on Achilles' rage is like a spotlight illuminating one corner of a vast mural, stunning in its detail, but hinting at unseen wonders beyond its beam. To reconstruct the full Trojan War, we must piece together fragments from a shattered library of ancient storytelling. Imagine discovering Shakespeare's Hamlet without knowing Denmark's backstory, or Star Wars starting with Empire Strikes Back. That's the Iliad's relationship to its lost companion epics. These missing works, collectively called the epic cycle, wove together everything from the war's divine origins to its grisly aftermath. One surviving summary of the Cypria, for example, reveals how Zeus orchestrated the conflict to relieve Earth's overpopulation, a cosmic scale entirely absent from Homer's human-centric drama. Vase paintings and temple friezes become vital clues to this broader narrative. A 6th century BC amphora shows Ajax carrying Achilles' corpse, a scene never described in the Iliad but central to the Aethiopes, another lost epic. These visual echoes suggest how deeply these stories permeated ancient culture. Even minor characters like Penthesilea, the Amazon queen who fought for Troy, had their own dedicated poems. Her tragic duel with Achilles, where warrior and victim lock eyes in mutual admiration mid-kill, survives only in snippets, yet it fundamentally alters our understanding of Achilles' complexity. The Iliad's Achilles rages, the Aethiopes' Achilles mourns, showing remorse for the first time. These contrasts aren't contradictions, they're facets of a narrative diamond too vast for any single poet to hold. The most tantalizing gaps surround Troy's fall itself. Homer's Iliad ends with Hector's funeral, leaving the wooden horse and city's destruction to other bards. A scrap of the little Iliad preserved in a medieval manuscript describes Odysseus sneaking into Troy disguised as a beggar, an episode mirroring real Bronze Age espionage tactics. Meanwhile, the Iliopsis sack of Troy allegedly depicted Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, butchering King Priam at an altar, a scene so visceral it haunted Greek audiences for centuries. These variants weren't competing versions but a narrative ecosystem where each poem filled specific niches like serialized TV episodes. Later authors like Virgil and Euripides didn't invent new tales so much as remix this shared canon. When Aeneas flees Troy in the Aeneid, he's drawing on traditions predating Homer. Even controversial twists like Helen never actually going to Troy, a twist proposed by the poet Stesichorus, reflect how fluid these stories remain for generations. The Trojan War wasn't a fixed script but an oral tradition evolving with each performance, adapting to new audiences while keeping core truths alive. That's why archaeologists still debate whether Troy fell to Mycenaeans or earthquakes, because ancient storytellers preserved both possibilities in their layered myths. What emerges isn't confusion but an ancient form of collective memory. Like witnesses recalling a disaster from different angles, these fragments converge on key truths: a wealthy city's destruction, interwoven grudges among gods and mortals, and war's uncanny ability to reveal both the noblest and darkest aspects of humanity. The Iliad's selective focus isn't a flaw, it's an invitation to explore beyond its pages, to join the Greeks themselves in piecing together a past too immense for anyone telling. After all, isn't that how history truly works? Not as a single story, but as a chorus of voices, some clear, some whispering, all waiting to be heard. Agamemnon strides through the Iliad with the swagger of a king who believes the gods themselves ordained his authority. But Homer's text strips away that illusion layer by layer. The very first book exposes his fatal flaw, a towering pride that overrides sound judgment. When he seizes Briseis, Achilles' war prize, it's not just a personal insult, it's a catastrophic leadership failure. In the rigid hierarchy of Bronze Age warriors, status flowed through honor and spoils. By publicly humiliating his greatest fighter over a perceived slight to his own prestige, Agamemnon doesn't just wound Achilles' pride, he destabilizes the entire Greek coalition. The ensuing feud costs thousands of lives, all because one man couldn't separate his ego from his duty. This moment isn't an outlier, it's part of a pattern. Years before the Iliad's events, Agamemnon faced a test of judgment that would haunt him. To appease Artemis and secure winds for the fleet's voyage to Troy, he sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia. Later poets paint this as a reluctant choice, but the subtext is damning. A true leader finds alternatives, while a tyrant sees sacrifices as transactions. Euripides' play Iphigenia at Aulis captures the chilling calculation behind his decision. He frames the act as necessity, yet when his wife Clytemnestra confronts him, his defenses crumble. This isn't wisdom, it's the corrosive logic of someone who believes ends always justify means. The Iliad amplifies this moral blindness. When the priest begs for his daughter's return, Agamemnon's refusal isn't strategy, it's petulance. His claim that he prefers her to Clytemnestra reveals a ruler who confuses possession with power. Even the plague Apollo sends as punishment doesn't prompt introspection. He only relents when forced by his own men. Contrast this with Odysseus, who navigates conflicts through diplomacy, or Nestor, whose counsel prioritizes unity. Agamemnon's leadership style is all sticks, no carrots, a recipe for resentment. Archaeology offers a fascinating parallel. Linear B tablets from Mycenae, Agamemnon's legendary seat, show a bureaucracy obsessed with micromanaging every jar of oil and spearhead. This top-down control mirrors the Homeric Agamemnon, who treats allies like inventory. His infamous test of morale in Book 2, where he falsely proposes abandoning the war, backfires spectacularly. Instead of rallying the troops, he triggers a stampede for the ships, only saved by Odysseus' quick thinking. A just leader inspires, a proud one manipulates. Yet Homer resists caricature. In rare moments we glimpse Agamemnon's self-awareness. His tearful apology to Achilles in Book 9, offering mountains of treasure, feels genuine, but it comes too late. The tragedy isn't that he's wholly incompetent, but that his flashes of insight are drowned out by the drumbeat of arrogance. Even his final attempt at honor, promising safe passage for Priam to retrieve Hector's body, reeks of performative magnanimity after years of cruelty. The myth of Agamemnon as a wise ruler persists because power often confuses authority with virtue. But the Iliad strips him bare, showing a man whose every decision serves his vanity first, his people last. His story isn't about flawed leadership. It's about how unchecked pride turns kings into cautionary tales. 3,000 years later, that warning still echoes. The higher you climb, the further your flaws can drag others down. Agamemnon's confrontation with Achilles isn't just a clash of egos, it's a masterclass in how poor leadership can unravel even the mightiest armies. From the moment he demands Briseis as compensation for returning Chryseis, his priorities are laid bare. This isn't about justice or strategy, it's about asserting dominance. In the rigid honor culture of Bronze Age warriors, taking another man's war prize wasn't just theft, it was a public demolition of status. Achilles' withdrawal from battle isn't mere petulance, it's the inevitable result of a leader who mistakes fear for respect. The casualties that follow Patroclus' death, the Greeks pushed to the brink, aren't tragedies inflicted by the Trojans, but self-inflicted wounds caused by Agamemnon's inability to see beyond his own pride. Homer's portrayal of Agamemnon's leadership style reads like a textbook on what not to do. When the Greek ranks begin to falter, he doesn't inspire or unite, he tests their loyalty through deception, pretending to order a retreat just to gauge their reaction. The result, panic. Soldiers scramble for the ships, ready to abandon a decade-long war because their commander prioritized playing mind games over providing stability. Contrast this with Hector, who rallies the Trojans not through manipulation but by sharing their risks, fighting alongside them in the mud and blood. The lesson is stark. True authority isn't taken through arbitrary displays of power, but earned through consistent, principled action. Archaeology offers a chilling parallel. Mycenaean administrative records reveal kings who micromanaged down to the last jar of olive oil, a reflection of Agamemnon's controlling nature. But control isn't the same as leadership. His fatal misstep comes later when he finally attempts to reconcile with Achilles. The gifts he offers, gold, horses, even marriage to one of his daughters, are extravagant, but they miss the point entirely. Achilles doesn't want wealth, he wants recognition that his worth isn't transactional. Agamemnon's inability to grasp this reveals a deeper flaw. He views relationships through the lens of quid pro quo, unable to comprehend loyalty that isn't purchased. The bitter irony lies in Agamemnon's own mythology. His sacrifice of Iphigenia at Aulis, meant to secure fair winds for Troy, becomes a dark foreshadowing of his reign's theme: short-term gains breeding long-term disasters. Euripides' plays depict a man haunted by this choice, yet never truly learning from it. The same pattern repeats in the Iliad: his refusal to acknowledge wrongdoing until catastrophe forces his hand, his hollow apologies that prioritize expediency over genuine remorse. Even his eventual concession to return Briseis feels less like growth and more like damage control. Homer's critique of Agamemnon's kingship transcends ancient politics. It's a timeless warning about the corrosive nature of unexamined privilege. The Greeks suffer not because Troy's armies are superior, but because their leader confuses entitlement with wisdom. In the end, Agamemnon's legacy isn't one of battlefield glory or shrewd statecraft. It's a cautionary tale about how thin the line between authority and tyranny can be, and how easily personal flaws can ripple outward, altering the course of history. His story resonates because it's not really about kings. It's about anyone who's ever wielded power without pausing to question whether they deserve it. Odysseus lounges in the shadows of his own legend, the master strategist whose very name became synonymous with cunning. But peel back the layers of heroic myth, and a far more complex figure emerges. The Iliad shows flashes of his darker edges long before the Odyssey forced him to reckon with the consequences. Take the infamous night raid with Diomedes, where Odysseus doesn't just ambush Trojan allies, he strips their armor while they sleep, whispering false promises to lure them into vulnerability. This isn't tactics, it's psychological warfare that would make modern special forces pause. Homer's genius lies in how subtly he plants these seeds. Odysseus' brilliance at the Greek War Council, where he silences dissent with a staff to the back of a protesting soldier, reveals a leader who values efficiency over empathy. Yet the true measure of his moral ambiguity comes through his treatment of allies. When Philoctetes, the archer whose poisoned arrows were prophesied to end the war, is bitten by a viper on the way to Troy, Odysseus orchestrates his abandonment on a desolate island, not out of necessity, but because the man's agonized screams unsettle the troops. Years later, when the Greeks realize they need Philoctetes after all, it's Odysseus who must crawl back to manipulate him into rejoining. The pattern is clear: loyalty is conditional, a currency spent only when the math of victory demands it. Even in the Iliad's quieter moments, like when he retrieves the body of Achilles' cousin with uncharacteristic tenderness, we're left wondering, is this compassion or another calculation? The Odyssey doubles down on these contradictions. His blinding of the Cyclops isn't just survival, it's a taunting performance where he can't resist shouting his real name, dooming his crew to Poseidon's wrath. His 7 years with Calypso oscillate between captivity and complicity, with later Roman poets even suggesting he fathered children with her. Every triumph comes laced with collateral damage. The slaughter of Penelope's suitors, often framed as righteous vengeance, includes unarmed men begging for mercy, cut down in a hall slippery with blood. Homer forces us to sit with this discomfort. Is Odysseus a hero because he wins, or in spite of how he wins? Modern readers often miss how revolutionary this portrayal was for its time. Bronze Age epics typically celebrated uncomplicated valor. Think Achilles' brute strength or Hector's noble sacrifice. Odysseus represents something new, intellect untethered from morality, where the ends don't just justify the means, they erase them. Even his famed reunion with Penelope carries a chilling subtext. His first act isn't to embrace her, but to test her loyalty through deception, spinning lies about their marriage bed. The message is clear. For Odysseus, trust is never given, only earned through trial. This duality explains why he endures as literature's first antihero. He's not just a warrior navigating a dangerous world, he's a mirror reflecting our own debates about pragmatism versus principle. In an era of drone strikes and cyber warfare, his story feels unsettlingly contemporary. The real myth isn't that Odysseus was a hero. It's that any of us could navigate such gray areas without getting our hands dirty. Homer doesn't give us answers. He gives us a man who thrives in the shadows between light and dark, leaving us to decide whether to admire him or recoil. Odysseus doesn't just outthink his enemies, he outplays them in ways that blur the line between clever and cruel. Consider the Trojan Horse, his most famous stratagem. This wasn't just a trick, it was a complete betrayal of ancient rules of hospitality and warfare. The Greeks didn't just sneak into Troy, they disguised their invasion as a sacred offering, weaponizing the Trojans' own religious customs against them. The horse itself might be myth, but the tactic reflects a chilling reality. Odysseus understood that true victory often requires exploiting trust itself. The slaughter of the suitors in the Odyssey drives this home with brutal clarity. Yes, they were invaders in his home, but their deaths go beyond justice into spectacle. Homer lingers on the details, arrows piercing unarmed men's throats, the floor slick with blood as Odysseus and Telemachus methodically hunt down every last one. Even the goddess Athena intervenes, not to stop the carnage, but to ensure no suitor escapes. This isn't heroism as honor, it's extermination as policy. What unsettles isn't the killing itself, but Odysseus's cold precision, treating the massacre like a tactical equation rather than a moment of human reckoning. Yet Homer refuses to let us dismiss him as a villain. In quieter moments we glimpse the toll this takes. When he weeps upon hearing the bard Demodocus sing of Troy's fall, it's not just nostalgia, it's the weight of knowing every brilliant maneuver left scars. His 7-year entanglement with Calypso reveals a man torn between longing for home and the seduction of endless conquest. Even his final reunion with Penelope carries an edge. Rather than embracing her immediately, he tests her loyalty, spinning lies about their marriage bed. Is this caution forged by hardship, or has war rewired him to see deception as his first language? The brilliance of Homer's portrayal lies in its refusal to settle the debate. Odysseus's genius saves lives, his escape from the Cyclops preserves his crew, however briefly. His ruses shorten the war, but each triumph comes laced with moral compromise. When he convinces Achilles' son Neoptolemus to lie to Philoctetes, manipulating the wounded archer into rejoining the war, we see the cost, a young man's innocence eroded for the sake of expediency. The myth of Odysseus endures not because he's purely admirable, but because he embodies an uncomfortable truth: survival in a broken world often demands broken rules. Modern parallels abound. From espionage to corporate takeovers, we celebrate cunning while wrestling with its ethical toll. Homer's ultimate provocation might be this: the same qualities that make Odysseus a legend would make him intolerable in peacetime. His story forces us to ask not just what victory requires, but what it transforms us into. 3,000 years later, that question still has no easy answer, only the uneasy recognition that the line between hero and manipulator is thinner than we'd like to admit. The Iliad's battlefield may be dominated by clashing spears and war cries, but its most revolutionary power dynamics unfold in the voices of women. Take Helen, often reduced to a passive prize in later retellings. Homer's Helen is anything but silent. Standing on Troy's walls in Book 3, she names and critiques the Greek kings below with the precision of a seasoned diplomat, not as a damsel, but as someone who understands war's machinery intimately. When she calls herself a hateful creature for the suffering she's caused, it's not self-pity. It's a scathing indictment of how men's conflicts weaponize women's bodies. Her weaving of the war's battles into tapestry is equally revelatory, an act of chronicling that makes her not just an object of the story, but its historian. Andromache shatters the myth of the obedient warrior's wife. Her plea to Hector begging him to retreat behind Troy's walls isn't cowardice, it's tactical brilliance. She maps out the vulnerabilities of their city and family with chilling accuracy, predicting Astyanax's fate years before it unfolds. In a single speech, she becomes Hector's equal strategist, exposing the folly of his rigid heroism. Even Homer's language elevates her. When she rushes to meet Hector like a madwoman, the simile isn't derogatory, it mirrors the frenzy of warriors in battle, framing her desperation as its own form of combat. Then there's Briseis, the enslaved woman whose abduction sparks Achilles' rage. Reduced to a plot device in modern synopses, her few lines in the Iliad ripple through the narrative like seismic waves. Her lament for Patroclus, "You were kind always," isn't just grief. It's a quiet condemnation of the system that made her Achilles' prize in the first place. By humanizing the man who helped enslave her, she complicates simplistic notions of victimhood, revealing how war distorts even the tenderest bonds. The goddesses are just as pivotal. Hera's manipulation of Zeus isn't petty scheming. It's a calculated reassertion of agency in a patriarchal divine order. Athena's mentorship of Diomedes and Odysseus rewrites battle tactics through female wisdom. Even Thetis, Achilles' mother, operates as a behind-the-scenes power broker, leveraging her influence with Zeus to alter the war's course. These women don't just react to events, they engineer them. Archaeology underscores this narrative truth. Mycenaean frescoes show women presiding over religious ceremonies and trade, while linear B tablets list female landowners and artisans. Homer's world reflects this complexity. His women are orators, negotiators, and moral compasses. The Iliad's true innovation isn't its battles, it's how it grafts ancient realities onto epic poetry, reminding us that the stories we've labeled male-dominated were never that simple. The Trojans didn't fight 10 years for a silent figurehead. They fought for a woman whose voice could unravel empires. From the loom to the battlefield, Homer's women wield influence not through swords but through words sharp, strategic, and devastatingly effective. Consider Andromache's plea to Hector, a masterclass in emotional persuasion. She doesn't just beg for his life, she dismantles his heroic posturing with brutal logic, mapping Troy's weaknesses and prophesying their son's enslavement. Her tears aren't weakness, they're tactical, forcing Hector to confront the human cost of his choices. This isn't a passive wife mourning her fate. It's a strategist using the only weapon available to her in a world where women are barred from war councils but understand war's calculus better than most. Helen's power is even more subversive. Her famous face that launched 1,000 ships obscures her role as a political operator. When she identifies Greek kings from Troy's walls in Book 3, her commentary cuts deeper than mere recollection. By mocking Menelaus's hesitation in battle, she subtly undermines the very conflict fought in her name. Her weaving the war's events immortalized in tapestry transforms her from object to archivist. Every thread is an act of defiance, recording history from the perspective wars so often erase. Grief, too, becomes a form of resistance. Bryce's lament for Patroclus, "You were kind always," reveals the paradox of her position. As Achilles' enslaved war prize, she mourns the man who helped capture her, exposing the absurd loyalties war creates. Her sorrow echoes in Hecuba's raw fury over Hector's desecration, a mother's rage that moves gods and armies alike. These aren't just emotional outbursts, they're public performances that reshape the narrative. When Hecuba bares her breasts to remind Hector of his debt to her, she weaponizes maternity itself, turning a private bond into a political statement. The goddesses operate on an even grander scale. Hera's seduction of Zeus in Book 14 isn't just divine mischief, it's a calculated disruption of patriarchal power. By exploiting Zeus's lust, she buys critical time for the Greeks, proving that Olympus's politics mirror Troy's. Athena, meanwhile, mentors Odysseus not with brute strength but with subterfuge, her wisdom steering him toward victories sheer force could never achieve. These immortal women don't merely influence events, they script them, their interventions highlighting how often mortal men mistake muscle for true power. Archaeology lends eerie resonance to these portrayals. Mycenaean frescoes depict women presiding over religious rites and trade networks, while burial goods suggest some held wealth rivaling kings. Homer's tapestry of female agency isn't poetic license, it's a distorted reflection of Bronze Age realities where women's roles were far more complex than trophies or bystanders. The Iliad's genius lies in giving voice to those the war would silence, reminding us that history's loudest battles are often shaped by its quietest voices. What makes these portrayals revolutionary isn't their modernity, but their timelessness. In a genre dominated by clashing spears, Homer carves space for the strategies that unfold off the battlefield in hushed council chambers at looms in the raw cries over fallen bodies. These women don't just witness history, they critique it, bend it, and in some cases outlast it. Their stories whisper a truth later myths would suppress, that the Trojan War was never just about men's glory. It was about the hands that held the threads, both literal and metaphorical, weaving the fabric of a conflict far richer than any single hero's tale. The Greeks may have breached Troy's walls and burned the city to the ground, but to call their victory a triumph is to miss the bitter truth. Their win was a hollow echo of what they'd set out to achieve. Yes, the wooden horse delivered them inside the gates, and yes, Priam's kingdom fell, but at what cost? Achilles, the greatest warrior of his age, lay dead, his legend cut short by Paris's arrow. Ajax, the towering bulwark of the Greek ranks, took his own life in a moment of shattered pride. The homeward journeys of the survivors read like a catalogue of tragedies. Agamemnon murdered in his bath by his vengeful wife, Diomedes driven into exile, Odysseus lost for years in a labyrinth of his own making. This wasn't a conquest, it was a slow unraveling where even the victors became victims of the war's insatiable hunger. Look beyond the ashes of Troy, and you'll find a Greece teetering on collapse. The Iliad ends with Hector's funeral, but the epic cycle spills over with chaos. Neoptolemus butchering Priam at his own altar, Hector's infant son hurled from the walls, the women of Troy parceled out as spoils. These aren't scenes of glory, they're the birth pangs of a moral reckoning. The Greeks didn't just defeat Troy, they unleashed a wave of suffering that would crash back on their own shores. Consider Menelaus. He wins back Helen only to spend years wandering the Mediterranean, his fleet wrecked by storms, his kingdom weakened by his absence. Even his reunion with Helen is steeped in ambiguity. Did she truly return willingly, or was she just another prize in a war that had long since lost its purpose? Archaeology paints an even starker picture. The late Bronze Age collapse, which swallowed both Mycenae and Troy within generations of the war, suggests these societies were already on borrowed time. Layers of destruction at Greek sites like Pylos and Turins coincide with famine tablets and hastily built fortifications. The Trojan War wasn't a cause of this decline. It was a symptom, a desperate lunge for control in a world slipping into chaos. The Mycenaeans gambled everything on Troy's wealth, and even when they won, they returned to kingdoms buckling under drought, invasion, and internal strife. Homer's Odysseus, the last Greek hero standing, embodies this irony. His 10-year journey home is less an adventure than a purgatory, where every island tests the limits of his cunning and endurance. By the time he slays the suitors and reclaims Ithaca, his victory feels less like justice and more like survival. The Odyssey's famous last lines, Athena's pact of peace between the two sides, ring hollow, a forced resolution to a conflict that's left scars no treaty can heal. The Greeks didn't just lose men at Troy, they lost a sense of themselves, trading the certainty of honor for the chaos of a world where even winners pay with their souls. The myth of total Greek victory persists because history favors the conquerors, but dig deeper, and you'll find the truth in the silences. No epic celebrates Agamemnon's funeral pyre. No bard sings of the widows who outlived their husband's glory. Troy's fall wasn't an ending, it was the price of admission to a darker age where the cost of victory outweighed the spoils. The real lesson of the Trojan War isn't that the Greeks won, it's that in war no one truly does. The fall of Troy's mighty walls wasn't the end of the story, it was the beginning of a reckoning that would haunt the victors as fiercely as the vanquished. For every Greek hero who sailed home, there waited a trail of shattered lives, broken oaths, and vengeful gods. Take Agamemnon, the proud king who led the Greeks to victory. His return to Mycenae should have been triumphant, but instead he walked into a trap woven by his own wife, Clytemnestra. The same ruthlessness that fueled his wartime decisions, sacrificing his daughter, seizing Briseis now coiled back around him. His corpse slumped in a bath, tangled in a net as Clytemnestra's axe fell. This wasn't just murder, it was poetic justice, a mirror held up to his own brutality. Even his final cry, "Oh, treachery," echoed the betrayed screams of those he'd condemned. Nor was his fate unique. Menelaus, who'd fought a decade to reclaim Helen, found his homecoming thwarted by storms and shipwrecks, his fleet scattered across the Mediterranean like discarded toys. When he finally reached Sparta, the woman he'd gone to war for remained an enigma. Had Helen ever truly been his, or had she always been a cipher for deeper tensions? The Odyssey hints at their uneasy truce, a marriage rebuilt on sand. Meanwhile, Diomedes, the warrior who dueled gods on Troy's plains, was banished from his own kingdom, his wife entangled in political schemes that turned his victory to ashes. The gods, ever fickle, exacted their toll. Ajax the Greater denied Achilles armor in a rigged contest, descended into madness, slaughtering livestock he mistook for rivals before taking his own life. His blood seeped into the soil of Troy, a bitter counterpoint to the glory he'd sought. Even Odysseus, the cleverest of them all, faced a decade-long odyssey that cost him every companion, a price paid not to enemies but to the sea's caprice and his own hubris. The Cyclops' curse, Poseidon's wrath, these weren't random misfortunes but karmic debts come due. Archaeology whispers of a darker truth behind these myths. The late Bronze Age collapse didn't just topple Troy, it swallowed the Greek world whole. Mycenae's palaces burned, trade routes disintegrated, and entire cities were abandoned. The warriors who'd boasted of sacking Troy returned to homelands buckling under famine and invasion. Their victory had drained treasuries, depleted armies, and left a power vacuum that invited chaos. The Trojan War wasn't a climax, it was a catalyst, accelerating the unraveling of an entire era. Homer's epics grasp this irony with both hands. The Iliad ends not with conquest, but with shared grief, Achilles and Priam weeping together over the bodies they've lost. The Odyssey's finale, often overlooked, sees Odysseus battling the suitors' vengeful families until Athena must intervene to prevent endless bloodshed. Even in triumph, there's no clean resolution, only cycles of violence begetting more violence. The war's legacy isn't glory, it's the lesson that no one emerges unscathed from the furnace of conflict. The real myth isn't that the Greeks won. It's that anyone truly wins when the cost is measured in generations of sorrow. This enduring truth resonates far beyond antiquity. Modern conflicts, from world wars to corporate rivalries, replay the same pattern, short-term victories masking long-term scars. The Trojan War's aftermath reminds us that conquest is never free. It's a debt paid in lives, trust, and the very fabric of societies. 3,000 years later, we're still learning what the Greeks discovered too late, that some victories are just defeats in disguise. The name Homer conjures images of a blind bard composing timeless verses by candlelight, but this iconic figure might be more legend than reality. The idea of a single poet crafting the Iliad and Odyssey from scratch crumbles under scholarly scrutiny, revealing a far more fascinating origin story. Linguistic analysis alone exposes the impossibility. The epics contain dialectical quirks spanning 3 centuries, like geological layers in a literary canyon. Phrases preserved in archaic Ionic Greek bump against newer Aeolic constructions, suggesting the poems evolved through generations of storytellers before being committed to writing. This isn't the work of one genius, it's the cultural fingerprint of an entire tradition. Consider the mechanics of oral poetry in the ancient world. Bards weren't solitary authors but living libraries, improvising within rigid metrical frameworks passed down through apprenticeships. The famous Homeric epithets, repetitive phrases like swift-footed Achilles or rosy-fingered dawn, weren't poetic flourishes. They were mnemonic anchors, allowing singers to compose on the fly during marathon performances. Archaeologists have found parallels in living traditions like the Balkan Guslari, whose epic singers still weave new tales using these same oral building blocks. The Iliad's formulaic scenes, battle preparations, divine interventions aren't signs of single-author laziness, but evidence of a shared creative toolkit refined over centuries. The most compelling evidence comes from the poems themselves. The Iliad's abrupt ending, with Troy still standing and Hector barely buried, feels puzzling until you realize oral epics were modular. Performers selected episodes to suit their audience. Multiple versions of key events, like Patroclus' funeral games appearing in both the Iliad and the Lost Ethiopies, hint at competing branches of the tradition. Even the Odyssey's controversial second ending may reflect later bards grafting new material onto an older core. Modern parallels abound. Think of folklore figures like King Arthur or Robin Hood. No single inventor, just countless storytellers adding layers across generations. The ancient Greeks understood this intuitively. 7 different cities claimed to be Homer's birthplace, not because they had evidence, but because honoring the tradition mattered more than historical accuracy. Even the name Homer may be a placeholder, derived not from a person but from the Greek homeros, meaning hostage, perhaps a metaphor for how these verses held their culture's collective memory captive. This doesn't diminish the poem's brilliance, it amplifies it. The Iliad's psychological depth, its seamless blend of battlefield chaos and intimate humanity, becomes even more astonishing when seen as a snowball rolled downhill by time, gathering wisdom with each revolution. The so-called Homeric question isn't a mystery to solve but a revelation to embrace. Great art often springs not from solitary genius, but from the alchemy of countless voices echoing across the ages. When we recite the Iliad's opening lines today, we're not hearing one poet's voice, we're joining a chorus that first began singing when Troy's ashes were still warm. The Iliad's opening lines may bear Homer's name, but the DNA of the poem reveals fingerprints far older and more numerous than any single bard. Scholars tracing the linguistic roots of the epic have uncovered something astonishing. The verses contain layers of Greek dialect spanning centuries, like geological strata preserving different eras of language. Some phrases fossilize forms from before the 8th century BCE, while others reflect later linguistic innovations. This isn't the work of a solitary genius polishing lines in isolation. It's the collective voice of generations of storytellers, each adding textures to a narrative that predated writing itself. Imagine the Bronze Age equivalent of a living library professional bards called rhapsodes who didn't merely recite the Iliad, but recreated it anew at each performance. Armed with formulaic phrases, wine dark sea, swift-footed Achilles, they could stitch together episodes on the fly, adapting the story to their audience's mood or a patron's request. These building blocks weren't creative crutches, they were survival tools in an oral culture. Researchers studying modern oral traditions in the Balkans have recorded illiterate poets reciting epics longer than the Odyssey entirely from memory, using similar repetitive structures. The Iliad's famous epithets functioned like musical notes, allowing bards to compose in real time while staying within the meter's rigid rhythm. Regional variations further shatter the myth of a uniform original text. Papyrus fragments discovered in Egypt reveal startling differences: entire lines swapped, speeches rearranged, even alternate endings. One version has Achilles mourning Patroclus for 10 days before burial, another compresses it to 3. These aren't copying errors, but evidence of a fluid tradition where each performance was both preservation and reinvention. The Athenian tyrant Pisistratus's efforts to standardize the text in the 6th century BC likely froze what had always been a living, breathing narrative into a single authorized version, an ancient bestseller eclipsing regional variants. The poem's very structure betrays its patchwork origins. The catalogue of ships in Book 2, listing Greek forces with bewildering geographic detail, reads like a time capsule, a pre-existing document woven into the epic. Some scholars argue it preserves genuine Bronze Age administrative records, repurposed by later poets to lend authenticity. Similarly, the extended funeral games for Patroclus feel like a self-contained episode, possibly an older hymn to athletic heroism grafted onto Achilles' story. These seams aren't flaws, they're scars showing where tradition stitched together its masterpiece. Even the inconsistencies illuminate this collaborative process. Why does Achilles' spear require 2 hands in one scene but one in another? How can Menelaus be both mortally wounded and fighting fit within pages? Rather than blaming Homer for sloppiness, oral theory explains these as alternate versions coexisting in the tradition, preserved like overlapping exposures in a photograph. The Iliad we know emerged not from a single mind, but from the friction of countless retellings across time and space, a collective dream of the ancient Greek world, refined through the furnace of performance. This revelation transforms how we read the epic. Those sudden shifts in tone, the divergent characterizations, the moments where the story seems to breathe and expand, they're not accidents, but artifacts of a creative process more akin to jazz improvisation than solitary composition. The Iliad's enduring power springs precisely from its plural origins, carrying within it the echoes of all the voices that shaped it. To encounter the poem today isn't to meet Homer the man, but to join the circle of listeners stretching back 3 millennia, each generation leaning in as the tale unfolds anew. The Iliad's battle scenes dazzle with their vividness: spears splintering shields, warriors collapsing like trees under the axe, but to mistake these descriptions for glorification is to miss Homer's true genius. Beneath the clanging swords lies a relentless meditation on war's futility, its corrosive toll on both victor and vanquished. Take Achilles' transformation. The very hero whose rage fuels the epic becomes its most piercing critic. When he finally faces Priam, the broken Trojan king begging for his son's body, the mighty warrior doesn't boast of his kills. Instead, he reflects on the shared sorrow woven into human existence, comparing their losses to two jars at Zeus's threshold, one filled with suffering, the other with fleeting joys. This moment shatters the myth of war as a path to undying glory, revealing it instead as a storm that leaves no one untouched. Homer's battlefield isn't a stage for heroism alone, it's a grotesque gallery of suffering. The dying gasps of warriors, names etched meticulously only to perish in the next line, underscore war's indiscriminate appetite. Young Simoisius, named for the river near his birthplace, falls like a poplar tree in his first battle, his story ending as abruptly as it began. These aren't throwaway casualties, they're narrative landmines detonating the illusion that war spares the innocent. Even the gods who manipulate mortals like chess pieces grow weary of the carnage. Ares, the war deity himself, howls in pain when wounded, proving that violence, once unleashed, spares no one, not even its architects. The true heartbreak lies in the survivor's grief. Andromach's scream upon seeing Hector's corpse dragged behind Achilles' chariot isn't just sorrow, it's a condemnation. Her prophetic lament for their orphaned son Astyanax, imagining him thrust from feast tables and begging for scraps, exposes war's generational aftershocks. Achilles' own mother, the goddess Thetis, cradles him like an infant when he mourns Patroclus, reducing the fiercest Greek warrior to a child grappling with loss. These intimate moments eclipse the battlefield's grandeur, framing war not as a crucible of honor, but as a thief of everything tender and human. Modern readers often overlook Homer's most subversive device, the parallel fates of Trojan and Greek. Sarpedon, a Lycian ally of Troy, dies pleading for his comrades to save his body, a mirror of Patroclus' fate. Hector's farewell to Andromach echoes Odysseus' imagined reunion with Penelope. By intertwining his enemy's humanity, Homer erases the line between us and them, revealing war's darkest truth. It forces kin to slaughter kin, then dresses the slaughter in pretty lies. The Iliad's power isn't in its celebration of conflict, but in its unflinching gaze at the price paid in blood, in tears, in the silent voids left where loved ones once stood. 3,000 years later, that gaze still holds up a mirror we're afraid to face. Homer doesn't just depict war, he holds it up to the light, turning it slowly so we see every facet, from the glittering allure of glory to the blood-stained reality beneath. The Iliad's battlefields are paradoxes, where the same spear thrust that earns eternal fame also leaves a child fatherless. Consider the infamous duel between Achilles and Hector. Homer lavishes attention on their brilliance, Achilles' godlike speed, Hector's unwavering resolve, yet undermines this heroism in the very next breath. When Hector's helmet rolls in the dust, revealing his terrified face to Achilles, the moment shatters the myth of the fearless warrior. This isn't just combat, it's a man confronting his mortality, and Homer forces us to witness it raw and unvarnished. The poem's structure itself reinforces this duality. Catalogues of slain warriors read like grim poetry, each name a life whittled down to a single, brutal epitaph. He fell like an oak, or his armor clattered as darkness took him. These aren't throwaway lines, they're deliberate pauses in the action, forcing the audience to reckon with war's indiscriminate appetite. Even the gods, who treat mortal conflicts as sport, occasionally flinch at the carnage. Zeus watches the slaughter and muses how nothing is more wretched than man, a startling moment of divine pity that undercuts the very violence Olympus often fuels. Yet Homer never descends into simple pacifism. The Iliad's power lies in its refusal to pick a side. Diome's battlefield rampage, aided by Athena, thrills with its intensity, the way he charges through Trojan ranks like a wildfire. But this exhilaration is undercut by later scenes where wounded men crawl through mud, begging for mercy. The poet's genius is in showing both truths simultaneously, the adrenaline of combat and the hollow aftermath, the shimmer of honor and the weight of its cost. Nowhere is this balance more gut-wrenching than in the quiet moments between battles. The Trojan warrior Glaucus meets Diomedes on the battlefield, only to discover their grandfathers were guest friends. Instead of clashing, they exchange armor and part ways, a fleeting truce that highlights the absurdity of their enmity. Similarly, Achilles' bond with Patroclus isn't celebrated through their exploits, but through Achilles' shattered grief where pride gives way to unvarnished despair. War creates these profound connections, then severs them with casual cruelty. Modern audiences might mistake Homer's vivid battle scenes as endorsement, but the text constantly undercuts this reading. When Paris, the prince who started the war, finally fights Menelaus, the duel devolves into farce, Paris whisked away by Aphrodite, leaving his troops bewildered. Even the vaunted heroic code is exposed as fragile when Achilles rejects Agamemnon's lavish gifts, proving that no amount of treasure can compensate for dignity stripped away. The Iliad's warriors aren't naive, they know glory is a fleeting consolation. Hector admits this in his farewell to Andromache, acknowledging Troy's certain doom yet walking toward it anyway, not for fame, but because some choices are made from duty, not desire. This paradox resonates across millennia because it mirrors our own conflicted relationship with violence. Societies still celebrate soldiers while sanitizing war's horrors, still weave narratives of noble sacrifice while ignoring its collateral damage. Homer's refusal to simplify it, to let heroism and horror coexist, makes the Iliad not just an ancient text but a mirror. It asks us the same question Priam poses to Achilles: how much sorrow is enough? The answer, then as now, remains elusive, tangled in the uncomfortable truth that even the most justified wars leave scars no victory can erase. The myth of a unified Greek front against Troy crumbles under the weight of Homer's own text. Beneath the surface of rallying speeches and shared purpose, the coalition was a fragile patchwork of grudging alliances and competing agendas. The Iliad's very first book exposes this fracture when Agamemnon and Achilles nearly come to blows over war prizes, laying bare the tension festering beneath the Greek camp's veneer of unity. These weren't just personal squabbles, they were symptoms of a deeper truth. The so-called Pan-Hellenic army was less a brotherhood in arms than a temporary coalition held together by thin threads of obligation and self-interest. Take Achilles' Myrmidons. They didn't fight for Greece but for their leader. When Achilles withdraws from battle, his warriors follow without hesitation, their loyalty personal rather than patriotic. This wasn't an anomaly. Nestor's forces from Pylos and Diomedes' Argives owed allegiance to their regional kings first, the broader war effort second. Even Odysseus, the archetypal Greek hero, had to be strong-armed into joining the campaign. Later traditions claim he feigned madness, plowing his fields with salt to avoid conscription, until Palaemon placed his infant son Telemachus in front of the plow to test his sanity. These weren't the actions of a man eager for glory. They were the maneuvers of someone dragged into a conflict against his better judgment. The reluctant participants went beyond individuals. Whole regions joined under duress. The Cypriot king Cinyras, for instance, promised Agamemnon 50 ships but sent only one, a token gesture revealing the hollow reality of Greek unity. Archaeological evidence supports this dissonance. Linear B tablets from Pylos show no surge in military production matching Homer's timeline, suggesting some kingdoms contributed minimal resources despite their boasts. The catalogue of ships in Book 2 often read as a triumph of collective action, reads differently when you notice the exaggerated numbers and suspiciously precise contingents, likely a later insertion to retrofit the myth of unity onto a messier truth. Even motivation varied wildly. Menelaus fought to reclaim his wife, but others had humbler aims. The lesser-known kingdoms Iliad, Dulichium, even landlocked Arcadia, joined less for Helen than for plunder or fear of Agamemnon's retribution. The Iliad hints at this when the Scythe, the common soldier, rails against the war as no affair of the people, a conflict waged by kings for their own gain. His subsequent beating by Odysseus isn't just cruelty, it's a warning against dissent in an army where morale hung by a thread. The illusion of unity extended to the gods themselves. Divine factions mirrored mortal divisions. Athena and Hera backed the Greeks fiercely, while Apollo and Aphrodite championed Troy. Even Zeus' neutrality was a fiction. His interventions repeatedly favored one side over the other. This celestial discord reflected earthly realities. The Greeks weren't a monolithic force, but a collection of rivalrous city-states who'd sooner fight each other than any foreign enemy. The Trojan War's aftermath proved this, with returning kings like Diomedes and Agamemnon facing betrayal or exile from their own people. The brilliance of Homer's portrayal lies in its honesty. By showing the cracks in the Greek alliance, the infighting, the reluctant conscripts, the self-serving kings, he reveals a deeper truth about coalition warfare. Glory and unity make for stirring epics, but history is shaped by messy, conflicting motives. The real Trojan War wasn't waged by a nation. It was fought by individuals with competing loyalties, bound together not by idealism, but by circumstance and the fleeting calculus of advantage. 3,000 years later, that lesson still resonates, whether in ancient Troy or modern geopolitics. Collective action is never as simple as it seems. The Greek forces gathered at Aulis under Agamemnon's banner were far from the unified brotherhood of legend. They were a volatile mosaic of rival kings, reluctant conscripts, and opportunistic mercenaries, each with their own grudges and agendas. Homer pulls back the curtain on this fragile alliance early in the Iliad, when the quarrel over Briseis between Agamemnon and Achilles nearly tears the coalition apart. This isn't just a personal spat, it's a microcosm of the deeper fault lines running through the Greek ranks. The so-called Panhellenic army was less a cohesive force than a temporary marriage of convenience, held together by a mix of feudal obligation, plunder hunger, and fear of Agamemnon's retaliation. Consider the composition of the Greek forces. Nestor's Pylian contingent and Diomedes' Argives owed loyalty first to their regional kings, not some abstract Greek unity. The notorious case of Odysseus, who according to later traditions pretended to be insane to avoid conscription, sowing his fields with salt until his infant son Telemachus was placed in harm's way, reveals how thin the veneer of enthusiasm really was. Even the Cypriot king Cinyras, who promised Agamemnon 50 ships, contributed a single vessel as a token gesture, underscoring the half-hearted participation simmering beneath the surface. These weren't patriotic volunteers, they were rulers hedging their bets in a high-stakes gamble where the costs fell disproportionately on their subjects. The tension wasn't merely political, it permeated the social hierarchy of the camp itself. When the Scythe, the common soldier, dares to criticize Agamemnon's greed, calling the war no affair of the people, Odysseus brutally silences him. This moment isn't just about discipline, it's a glimpse of the suppressed resentment among rank-and-file fighters who saw little personal gain in dying for a cuckolded king's pride. Archaeology reinforces this dissonance. Linear B tablets from Pylos show no surge in military production matching the supposed scale of the campaign, suggesting some kingdoms contributed minimal resources despite their grandiose claims in the catalogue of ships. Divisions extended even to the divine realm, mirroring the fractures below. While Athena and Hera championed the Greeks, Apollo and Aphrodite backed Troy fiercely. turning Olympus into a celestial echo of earthly discord. Zeus's alleged neutrality collapses upon scrutiny. His interventions repeatedly tip the scales, proving even the gods couldn't maintain a united front. This celestial chaos reflects a hard truth. The Greeks weren't fighting a foreign enemy so much as managing their own internal rivalries under the strain of prolonged war. The consequences of this fractured unity ripple through the entire narrative. Achilles' withdrawal isn't just a personal crisis. It exposes the coalition's reliance on individual warlords rather than shared purpose. When his Myrmidons retreat, a gaping hole opens in the Greek lines, not because soldiers defect en masse, but because their loyalty was never to Greece in the first place. Later, when Agamemnon tests morale by feigning retreat in Book 2, the army stampedes for the ships, proof that their commitment hung by a thread. What makes Homer's portrayal so enduring is its refusal to simplify. He shows both the necessity of coalition building and its inherent instability, the way shared threats can force alliances between natural rivals, yet never fully erase the tensions beneath. It's a dynamic as familiar today as it was in the Bronze Age, whether in modern military interventions or corporate mergers. The real Trojan War wasn't waged by a nation, but by a precarious network of self-interested actors, each calculating costs and benefits right up until the wooden horse rolled through the gates. And perhaps that's the most telling lesson of all. Even history's most fabled victories are often built on foundations as fragile as they are formidable. The fall of Troy didn't just topple a city, it became a symbol for the unraveling of an entire era. But while the Trojan War looms large in legend, it was merely one thread in the tangled collapse of the Bronze Age world. Around 1200 BCE, civilizations from Greece to Egypt to Mesopotamia crumbled like dominoes, their grand palaces reduced to rubble and their trade networks severed. The Mycenaeans who sacked Troy returned to find their own kingdoms buckling under a perfect storm of disasters, drought, earthquakes, invasions, and systemic economic failure. This wasn't a single war's aftermath, it was a civilizational reckoning centuries in the making. Climate scientists studying ancient pollen samples have uncovered chilling evidence. Prolonged droughts parched the eastern Mediterranean during this period, withering crops and starving populations. Tree rings from Anatolia tell the same story, years of failing harvests that destabilized societies already stretched thin. Troy's vaunted wealth, built on controlling Black Sea grain shipments, meant little when climate shifts disrupted the very trade routes that fed its prosperity. The Greeks, too, faced ecological catastrophe. Layers of silt in Turin's ruins suggest flash floods obliterated farmlands, while tablets from Pylos begged distant allies for emergency grain shipments. The war didn't cause these crises, it exacerbated them, draining treasuries and manpower when resilience was needed most. Meanwhile, mysterious invaders called the Sea Peoples razed cities from Cyprus to the Nile Delta. Egyptian reliefs at Medinet Habu depict chaotic naval battles against these enigmatic warriors whose origins remain debated. Were they displaced climate refugees, opportunistic pirates, or a domino effect of collapsing societies? Whatever their identity, they accelerated the disintegration of the old order. The Hittite Empire, Troy's powerful ally, vanished almost overnight, its capital Hattusa burned and abandoned. Mycenae's imposing Lion Gate still stands today, but its glory days ended in violent destruction. Charred layers in the palace complex hint at internal revolts or desperate raids for dwindling resources. The economic deathblow came from trade collapse. Bronze, the alloy that gave the age its name, required tin shipped from as far as Afghanistan. As routes faltered, armies found their arsenals depleted. Late Mycenaean records show scribes frantically tallying dwindling spearheads while elites hoarded bronze scraps. This wasn't just a material shortage, it was the breakdown of globalization's first experiment. The intricate web of gift exchange diplomacy, where kings cemented alliances through lavish bronze gifts, frayed into barter and desperation. The Trojan War's timing made it a catalyst, not the cause. Like a match dropped in a drought-stricken forest, it ignited fires that spread through systems already primed to burn. Survivors of this collapse, like Odysseus wandering a shattered world, carried forward shards of the old ways alphabet fragments from Phoenician traders, echoes of Mycenaean legends retold around Iron Age fires. The war didn't end the Bronze Age. It became the story humanity wrapped around a far more complex tragedy, transforming chaotic collapse into a tale with heroes and villains. 3,000 years later, we're still sifting through those ashes, learning anew how civilizations don't fall to single blows, but to the accumulation of fractures they can no longer withstand. The towering walls of Troy didn't collapse in isolation. They fell as part of a cascade of disintegrating civilizations that reshaped the ancient world. Like a single domino in a vast chain reaction, the Trojan War marked not the beginning of the end, but the midpoint of a cataclysm that had been building for generations. Recent discoveries in archaeology and climatology paint a startling picture. Troy's destruction around 1180 BC coincided with a perfect storm of ecological disasters, economic upheaval, and mass migrations that toppled empires from Greece to Egypt. This wasn't just a city's fall, it was the unraveling of an entire era's fragile web of connections. Take the Hittite Empire, Troy's powerful ally to the east. At the very moment Greek forces were besieging Troy's walls, Hittite scribes in their capital of Hattusa were drafting desperate tablets. One reads, "There is no grain in our land. The people are starving." Another begs for emergency shipments of bronze weapons as invaders close in. Within decades, Hattusa's massive gates lay in ruins, its royal archives abandoned in smoldering courtyards. The same pattern repeated across the Mediterranean. In Mycenae, the so-called Lion Gate still stands today, but its palace complex shows layers of violent destruction, not from foreign armies, but from internal revolt or desperate raids for dwindling resources. Climate scientists studying ancient pollen samples have uncovered the invisible force behind this collapse. Deep cores drilled from Greek and Turkish lake beds reveal a prolonged megadrought that parched farmlands for nearly 200 years. Tree rings tell the same story, narrow, desperate grooves marking years without rain. Troy's wealth, built on taxing Black Sea grain shipments, meant nothing when climate shifts choked off the very trade routes that fed its prosperity. The Greek warriors who sacked the city returned to homelands where once fertile valleys had become dust bowls, sparking famines that turned allies into rivals overnight. Then came the mysterious Sea Peoples, a confederation of raiders who appear like specters in Egyptian and Hittite records. A carved relief at Medinet Habu shows Pharaoh Ramses III fighting a chaotic naval battle against these enigmatic invaders, their ox-horned helmets and circular shields unlike any known army. Were they climate refugees displaced by failing crops, opportunistic pirates exploiting collapsing trade networks, or the final spark that ignited empires already teetering on the brink? Their identity remains one of history's great puzzles, but their impact is undeniable. Cities from Cyprus to the Levant burned in their wake, leaving behind layers of ash and shattered pottery. The economic foundations of the Bronze Age crumbled just as dramatically. Bronze itself, the alloy that gave the era its name, required tin shipped from as far as Afghanistan. As trade routes disintegrated, kings found their arsenals depleted. A Linear B tablet from Pylos lists just 30 bronze spearheads remaining in the palace stores, while another pleads for shipments of any metal available. The intricate gift exchange system that had bound kingdoms together through reciprocal generosity collapsed into barter and hoarding. The Trojan War didn't cause this breakdown. It was one violent transaction in a world where the old rules no longer applied. What makes this context so crucial is how it reframes the war's legacy. The returning Greek victors didn't sail home to triumphant feasts, they navigated a landscape of ruin. Nestor's Pylos was sacked within a generation. The mighty walls of Turin were buried under flood sediments. By 1100 BCE, even Agamemnon's Mycenae was a shadow of itself, its population reduced to squatting in the ruins of their ancestors' palaces. The Iliad's haunting prophecy that Achilles' glory would outlive him takes on tragic irony when we realize the civilization that produced him was already vanishing as Homer sang these words centuries later. This broader collapse explains why Troy's story resonated so deeply across antiquity. It wasn't just a tale of one city's fall, but a metaphor for humanity's fragile foothold against forces beyond its control: climate shifts, economic interdependence, the domino effect of failed states. When later Greeks recalled the Trojan War, they weren't memorializing a singular event, but encoding a warning about the precariousness of their own world. 3,000 years later, that warning still echoes. Civilizations don't collapse from single disasters, but from the accumulation of fractures they can no longer withstand. The ashes of Troy remind us that even the mightiest walls are only as strong as the systems that sustain them. Achilles' grief over Patroclus' death is the emotional core of the Iliad, the moment when the warrior's legendary rage melts into something far more intimate and devastating. But to call them merely close friends flattens a bond that ancient audiences understood as layered and profound. Homer's language pulses with an intensity that transcends camaraderie. Achilles cradling Patroclus' corpse, washing his wounds with tears, vowing to join him in death rather than live without him. These aren't the acts of a battle buddy mourned, they're the gestures of someone unmoored by a loss that fractures his very identity. The Iliad doesn't label their relationship, but it doesn't have to. The subtext thunders through every line. Ancient interpretations were anything but uniform. Classical Athens, 5 centuries after Homer, had no hesitation reading their bond as romantic. The playwright Aeschylus depicted them as explicit lovers in his lost tragedy, The Myrmidons, with Achilles tenderly lamenting Patroclus' sacred thighs and frequent kisses. Plato's Symposium cites their relationship as the pinnacle of romantic and martial devotion, where love fuels courage. Even Alexander the Great modeled his bond with Hephaestion after Achilles and Patroclus, staging elaborate reenactments at Troy's ruins. These weren't fringe readings, they reflected a cultural understanding that the Homeric text left space for. Yet later eras sanitized their connection, recasting Patroclus as a cousin or foster brother to fit Victorian ideals. The myth of Achilles' invulnerability, absent from Homer's original, further distorted their dynamic by shifting focus to his heel rather than his heart. Modern translations sometimes soften Homer's phrasing, rendering Philtotto's most beloved as "dear comrade," obscuring the raw intimacy of Achilles calling Patroclus, "the one I cherished beyond all others." The ambiguity itself is revealing. Ancient Greek had precise words for friendship, philia, and erotic love, eros, yet Homer avoids both, leaving their bond in a fertile gray area that's both personal and universal. Archaeology adds another dimension. Vase paintings from the 6th century BC show Achilles and Patroclus lounging together, their bodies entwined in ways mirroring depictions of known romantic pairs. A famous kylix now in Berlin shows Achilles binding Patroclus' wounds, their foreheads nearly touching, a composition otherwise reserved for marital scenes. These artistic choices weren't accidents, they reflect how contemporary audiences visualized their relationship. Even their burial customs whisper clues. Later traditions claim their ashes were mingled in a single golden urn, a practice typically reserved for spouses or family. The debate isn't just academic, it's about who gets to define love across millennia. Reducing their bond to platonic friendship risks projecting modern biases onto ancient texts that operated under different social codes. In the world of the Iliad, where warriors openly wept and men clasped hands in fierce devotion, emotional and physical intimacy weren't rigid categories but fluid expressions of connection. Whether Achilles and Patroclus were lovers in the contemporary sense matters less than recognizing the depth Homer ascribes to them. A bond so consuming it reshapes the course of a war and redefines what it means to be human in the face of loss. What makes their story timeless isn't the label we apply, but the way it challenges us to sit with ambiguity. The Iliad's genius lies in its restraint. It presents a love story without borders, one that refuses to be boxed by later moralities. 3,000 years later, we're still parsing their shared glances and midnight talks, not because we need to categorize them, but because their relationship captures something elemental about devotion, the kind that fractures worlds when it's gone, and in that breaking reveals what truly mattered. Achilles' howling grief over Patroclus clutching his lifeless body, refusing burial, swearing to join him in the underworld, isn't just mourning. It's the unraveling of a bond so profound that ancient audiences understood its layers instinctively, even if modern translators have stumbled over the words. Homer's language pulses with an intimacy that refuses to be boxed into simple friendship. Achilles calls Patroclus Philtatos, most beloved, a term used nowhere else in the epic. When he cradles Patroclus' corpse, washing his wounds with tears and vowing never to wash the blood away, these aren't the gestures of a comrade, they're the acts of someone whose world has cleaved in two. The Iliad never labels their relationship explicitly, but the subtext thunders through every line, leaving space for interpretations that have shifted across 3,000 years of retellings. Ancient Greek audiences had no trouble recognizing the depth of this connection. Classical Athens, 5 centuries after Homer, embraced their bond as romantic. Aeschylus' Lost Tragedy, the Myrmidons depicted Achilles cradling Patroclus' body, lamenting their frequent kisses and the reverence of his thighs. Plato's Symposium held them up as the ideal of love and bravery intertwined, where devotion fueled heroism. Alexander the Great and Hephaestion famously reenacted their dynamic, even making pilgrimages to Troy to honor their predecessors. These weren't fringe readings, they reflected a cultural understanding that male relationships could hold both martial ardor and erotic longing without contradiction. In a society where mentorship and intimacy between men were woven into social structures, Achilles and Patroclus embodied a love that defied simple categorization. Yet later eras, uncomfortable with this fluidity, sanded down the edges of their story. Roman poets like Statius softened the intimacy into brotherhood, while Victorian translators rendered Philtatos as dear comrade, diluting the raw specificity of Homer's language. The myth of Achilles' invulnerability, absent from the original text, further distorted their dynamic by shifting focus to his mythical heel rather than his humanity. Modern adaptations often follow suit, framing Patroclus as a sidekick rather than the axis around which Achilles' emotional world revolves. But archaeology pushes back 6th century vases, show them reclining together at symposia, their bodies close in compositions typically reserved for married couples. A celebrated kylix in Berlin captures Achilles bandaging Patroclus' wounds, their foreheads nearly touching in a moment of quiet tenderness that echoes marital scenes on other pottery. The real power of their story lies in its refusal to conform to later binaries. Homer's world didn't divide love into neat categories of platonic and romantic. It allowed for bonds that were fierce, physical, and transcendent all at once. When Achilles refuses to eat or sleep after Patroclus' death, when he smells his friend's ashes mixed with wine in the funeral urn, when he dreams of their shared laughter, these aren't just mourning rituals. They're the fragments of a connection that redefined what it meant to be a warrior, a man, a human. The Iliad's genius is in showing how love, in all its forms, can be both armor and vulnerability. Achilles' rage against Hector isn't just about vengeance, it's the fury of someone who's lost the mirror that reflected his best self. Contemporary debates often get trapped in asking, were they or weren't they? A question that misses the point. What matters isn't how we label their bond, but how Homer uses it to explore the full spectrum of human connection. In a world where warriors could weep openly and hold hands without shame, Achilles and Patroclus stand as a testament to love's power to destroy and redeem. Their story endures not because it fits modern boxes, but because it bursts through them, reminding us that some relationships are too vast for any single word to contain. 3,000 years later, we're still parsing their shared glances and midnight talks, not to categorize them, but because their devotion, in all its complexity, still feels achingly, universally human. The Iliad's gods and demigods might feel like pure myth, but scrape away the divine interventions, and you'll find a bedrock of startling historical accuracy. Homer's descriptions of Bronze Age warfare aren't just poetic flourishes, they're meticulously detailed manuals of combat that later archaeologists have painstakingly verified. Take the famous duel between Menelaus and Paris, the ritualistic exchange of spears before combat, the precise descriptions of chariot tactics, even the way shields were strapped to the forearm rather than gripped. These aren't imaginative inventions. They're relics of a world that hadn't existed for centuries by Homer's time, preserved like insects in amber through oral tradition. When Heinrich Schliemann excavated Mycenae in the 19th century, he didn't just find gold. He found boar's tusk helmets identical to those described in the Iliad, their curved tusks layered like the very lines Homer had composed. Geography, too, bears the stamp of real-world precision. The Iliad's catalogue of ships, a seemingly tedious list of Greek contingents, and their homelands turns out to be a Rosetta Stone for Bronze Age political geography. Places like Pylos and Turin, name-dropped as power centers, were dismissed as fantasy until their massive palace complexes were unearthed. The winding route of the Scamander River, where Achilles fights the Trojan prince, mirrors satellite surveys of Troy's plain. Even minor details hold up. The wide dancing grounds Helen admires from Troy's walls align with excavated public spaces in the city's lower citadel. These aren't generic backdrops, they're snapshots of a specific place and time, preserved with eerie fidelity across generations of storytelling. The social customs woven into the epic are equally authentic. The ransom negotiations for Hector's body, the weighing of gold, the shared meal between enemies Priam and Achilles mirror Hittite diplomatic records found at Hattusa. The poem's obsession with guest friendship, the sacred bond between host and visitor, wasn't just noble idealism. It was a survival necessity in an era without treaties or embassies, where personal bonds lubricated trade and travel. Even the infamous feud over Briseis reflects real Mycenaean economics. Linear B tablets show women listed as gifts between rulers, valuable both as status symbols and skilled laborers in textile workshops. Weapons and armor emerge as particularly striking confirmations. Homer's descriptions of tower shields covering warriors from neck to ankle were once mocked as exaggeration until frescoes at Pylos depicted exactly such massive hides. The silver-studded sword Achilles lends Patroclus matches excavated blades adorned with decorative rivets. Most tellingly, the transition from bronze to iron appears in the text itself. While most warriors wield bronze weapons, Achilles' prized iron spearhead, a rarity in the poem, aligns with metallurgical evidence showing iron's slow emergence as a prestige material around the 12th century BC. The real magic of the Iliad lies in this duality. It's not a history book, yet it preserves history in its marrow. The gods may steer the plot, but the human world operates by rules archaeologists keep verifying. When Achilles drags Hector's body behind his chariot, it's not just a moment of barbaric grief, it's a mirror of Hittite accounts of enemy desecration as psychological warfare. The Trojan elders watching Helen walk the walls aren't just literary devices, they're echoes of councils depicted on seals from Ugarit. Even the most fantastical elements, like the gods clashing on the battlefield, may encode cultural memory. Scholars suggest Athena guiding Diome's spear could symbolize the sudden, inexplicable clarity of battle experience, that flow state modern soldiers still describe. This interplay of fact and legend makes the Iliad unique among ancient epics. Unlike Mesopotamia's purely mythical Gilgamesh or Egypt's stylized royal propaganda, Homer's work straddles worlds. It's as if a medieval bard recounted the Crusades with dragons breathing fire over Jerusalem, yet somehow got the chainmail patterns and castle layouts exactly right. The poem's enduring power springs from this tension, a story large enough to hold gods and heroes, yet grounded enough that every generation finds new truths in its verses. The walls of Troy may have fallen, but in Homer's lines, the echo of their collapse still rings with the weight of real history. Homer's verses shimmer with details so precise they couldn't have been spun from pure imagination. The boar's tusk helmet Odysseus dons in the Iliad, described with painstaking specificity, was long dismissed as poetic fancy until archaeologists unearthed actual examples in Mycenaean graves. These helmets, crafted from rows of carefully filed tusks layered like fish scales, matched Homer's descriptions down to the leather chin straps and felted wool linings. Then there's the iconic tower shield Ajax hefts into battle, covering a man head to toe. Frescoes at Pylos and Turin's confirm these massive oxhide constructions existed, their curved silhouettes designed to deflect arrows and spears in the close-quarters combat of the late Bronze Age. Even the infamous Cup of Nestor, a golden goblet the old king drinks from, has its real-world counterpart, a vessel found in a Mycenaean shaft grave, complete with delicate golden handles shaped like doves. Shipbuilding details further tether Homer's world to historical reality. The Greeks' black-hulled ships weren't generic props but accurate representations of Bronze Age galley design. When the poet describes vessels being dragged onto shore with rollers, their prows tipped upward to prevent hull damage, he's echoing techniques verified by marine archaeologists studying ancient ship sheds. The precise number of oarsmen, 50 per ship in the Iliad's catalogue, aligns with seal carvings from Minoan Crete and Hittite records of Archaeological, possibly Mycenaean naval contingents. Even the controversial ship list in Book 2, once mocked for its improbably large numbers, gains credence when compared to Linear B tablets documenting fleet sizes at Pylos, where scribes tracked hundreds of vessels in active service. Funerary rites in the Iliad reveal perhaps the most haunting parallels. Achilles' lavish funeral games for Patroclus, with chariot races, wrestling matches, and prized cauldrons as trophies, mirror burial customs found in elite Mycenaean tombs. The double-handled urn holding Patroclus' ashes matches funerary wear from Troy's seventh layer, where cremated remains were mixed with wine and oil just as Homer describes. The lamentation scenes, where women tear their hair and singers chant dirges, are echoed in fresco fragments from Thebes showing mourners with shorn locks and hands raised to heaven. Even the taboo against leaving corpses unburied, which drives Achilles' desecration of Hector's body, reflects Hittite legal codes punishing those who denied enemies proper rights. What makes these correspondences astonishing isn't their accuracy, it's their survival. Homer composed centuries after the Mycenaean palaces fell, in a Greece that had forgotten linear writing and lost the art of fine metalworking. Yet somehow, through generations of oral transmission, fragments of that vanished world endured like fossils in the bedrock of his verse. The poet's descriptions of inlaid swords, fortified palace storerooms, and intricate bronze greaves weren't borrowed from his own Iron Age reality. They were heirlooms passed down through the collective memory of a civilization that had ceased to exist. This interplay between myth and history reaches its peak in Homer's treatment of technology. The Iliad's warriors predominantly wield bronze weapons, but Achilles prized iron spearhead, a rarity in the poem, is telling. Metallurgical analysis shows iron was just emerging as a prestige metal in the 12th century BCE, reserved for ceremonial items rather than common arms. By Homer's 8th century, iron had replaced bronze entirely, yet the poet preserves this fleeting technological transition, embedding it like a time capsule in his narrative. Similarly, the dual-use chariots, described both as battlefield taxis and heroic dueling platforms, reflect an early Mycenaean tactic later abandoned when chariot warfare evolved. The real magic lies in how these details serve the story. Nestor's wine cup isn't just set dressing, it's a symbol of continuity between generations, linking the living king to his ancestors. Ajax's towering shield becomes a metaphor for the weight of leadership, buckling under relentless pressure. Even the ships pulled ashore with such care foreshadow the Greeks' eventual return, not as conquerors, but as broken men carrying ghosts where treasure should be. Homer didn't preserve these artifacts for history's sake. He wove them into the emotional fabric of his epic, proving that the truest archaeology isn't found in the ground, but in the stories we can't stop telling. This tapestry of memory and invention raises a profound question. Did Homer chronicle the past, or did the past shape Homer? The answer, like the poet himself, resides in the liminal space between. The Iliad isn't a historical document, yet without it, we'd know far less about the world that inspired it. Its verses are both monument and mirage, a bridge across time built from equal parts stone and mist. To read it isn't just to encounter heroes and gods, it's to glimpse, however faintly, the faces of those who first told these tales by firelight, stitching their reality into legend before the darkness took it all away. The myth that Trojan warriors were somehow lesser than their Greek counterparts crumbles under the weight of Homer's own text and the historical record. Hector's legendary stand against Achilles alone should dispel any notion of Trojan inferiority, but the evidence runs even deeper. Troy's forces weren't just holding their own, they were outmaneuvering the Greeks for years, exploiting home terrain and tactical brilliance to counteract the invaders' numerical advantage. The war's decade-long stalemate wasn't a fluke. It was proof of Troy's military ingenuity and raw resilience. Take Hector's leadership during the Trojan counteroffensive in Book 8. While Agamemnon's Greeks falter under infighting, Hector orchestrates a coordinated assault that nearly drives the invaders into the sea. His night raid on the Greek camp in Book 10, conducted with the spy Dolon, showcases reconnaissance skills that would impress modern special forces. Even in defeat, Hector's duel with Achilles reveals a warrior whose only true disadvantage was the absence of divine armor, not skill or courage. The Trojans didn't lack prowess, they lacked the Greeks' sheer manpower and the Olympians' blatant favoritism. Archaeology amplifies this truth. Troy's strategic location demanded constant vigilance against raiders long before the Greeks arrived. Excavations reveal layers of reinforced walls and sophisticated gate systems, hinting at generations of combat experience. Hittite records referencing Wilusa, likely Troy, describe a vassal kingdom capable of fielding elite chariot units and withstanding sieges. The famous Scaean gates, where Hector makes his final stand, weren't just symbolic. They were engineered choke points designed to funnel attackers into kill zones. These weren't the defenses of a passive people, but of a society that had mastered asymmetric warfare. The Trojan roster beyond Hector brims with underrated talent. Aeneas, later immortalized by Virgil, duels Diomedes to a near standstill despite divine interference. Glaucus and Sarpedon, Lycian allies, slice through Greek ranks with lethal efficiency. Sarpedon's death sparks one of the Iliad's most visceral battles, proving how deeply Troy's allies were respected. Even Paris, often maligned as a coward, lands the shot that fells Achilles, demonstrating archery skills that Greek heroes openly scorned precisely because they feared them. The Greeks' ultimate victory came down to logistics, not superiority. Odysseus' cunning and Achilles' unmatched combat skills were outliers, not the norm. For every Ajax or Diomedes, the Greeks fielded dozens of nameless soldiers who perished in futile assaults on Troy's walls. The Trojans, by contrast, fought with the desperation of defenders who knew surrender meant annihilation, a mindset that turned every citizen into a combatant when necessary. Their resilience echoes in later historical sieges, from Masada to Stalingrad, where outmatched defenders leveraged terrain and morale to resist far larger forces. Homer's portrayal of Trojan funerals underscores their military culture's sophistication. The elaborate rites for Hector, the chariot processions, the burning of precious armor mirror Mycenaean customs, suggesting shared warrior values. When Priam risks everything to retrieve Hector's body, it's not just paternal love. It's a king recognizing that his army's morale hinges on honoring its champion. This nuanced understanding of psychological warfare rivals anything in Greek strategists' playbooks. The real irony, Troy's reputation suffered precisely because history is written by the victors. Later Roman propaganda, eager to glorify Aeneas' lineage, downplayed Trojan prowess to emphasize destiny over martial skill. But the Iliad itself preserves the truth. This was a war of near equals, where victory hinged on a handful of pivotal moments: a well-placed arrow, a betrayed gate, a wooden ruse, not some inherent Greek supremacy. The Trojans didn't lose because they were weaker. They fell because even the mightiest defenses can crack under enough pressure, enough time, and enough gods stacked against them. Their real legacy isn't defeat, but the staggering fact that they almost won. Troy's legendary walls didn't just stand for a decade. They withstood an onslaught of history's most celebrated warriors through a combination of engineering brilliance and battlefield adaptability. The city's defenses were no accident of geography, but a masterclass in Bronze Age military science. Layers of excavations at Hissarlik reveal concentric rings of fortified walls, each iteration built higher and thicker than the last, with sloping foundations designed to destabilize siege ladders and repel battering rams. The Scaean gates, immortalized in Hector's last stand, weren't just a poetic backdrop. They were a tactical masterpiece, with overlapping entryways forcing attackers into kill zones where archers could rain death from 3 directions. These weren't the desperate measures of an underdog. They were the calculated defenses of a civilization that had spent generations perfecting the art of survival. The Trojans' tactical playbook extended far beyond static defenses. Homer's battle scenes crackle with examples of their strategic creativity: ambushes launched from hidden posts and gates, feigned retreats to lure overconfident Greeks into archery range, even the use of incendiary pitch during nocturnal sorties. While the Greeks relied on brute force and individual heroics, Trojan commanders like Hector and Aeneas demonstrated a nuanced understanding of terrain and timing. The nighttime raid led by Dolon, though ultimately thwarted, reveals a military culture that valued reconnaissance and asymmetric warfare. Their coordination with allied forces from across Anatolia, Lycian archers, Thracian cavalry, Dardanian skirmishers, shows a sophistication in coalition building that rivaled Agamemnon's fractious Greek alliance. Homer's portrayal of Trojan leadership shatters any stereotype of passive defenders. Hector's battlefield speeches pulse with the urgency of a general who knows his city's survival hinges on morale as much as muscle. His decision to camp outside the walls during the Greek counterattack wasn't arrogance. It was a calculated risk to deny the enemy foraging opportunities and maintain pressure. Even Paris, often dismissed as a frivolous archer, demonstrates lethal precision with his bow, exploiting the Greeks' disdain for cowardly, ranged combat to devastating effect. The famed duel between Menelaus and Paris nearly ended the war because Trojan elders recognized the value of single combat to spare their populace further suffering, a gambit Agamemnon would never have entertained. What truly elevates Troy's military legacy is how its strategies mirrored real Bronze Age warfare. Hittite tablets describe vassal states like Wilusa, likely Troy employing mobile chariot units to harass invaders, just as Hector's forces do in the Iliad. The city's ability to sustain a decade-long siege speaks to ingenious resource management. Cisterns excavated at Troy held enough water for thousands, while grain silos were buried beneath courtyards to conceal their locations. Recent isotopic analysis of animal bones suggests the Trojans supplemented their stores with systematic hunting parties, turning the surrounding plains into a larder long after Greek forces arrived. The Iliad's greatest subversion lies in its refusal to paint Troy as the weaker side. When Glaucus and Diomedes discover their grandfathers exchanged guest gifts, they cease fighting not out of weakness, but because their culture values honor above mindless slaughter. Priam's daring embassy to Achilles showcases diplomatic courage unmatched by any Greek leader. Even in defeat, Troy's resilience echoes through Aeneas' escape with the city's sacred relics, preserving the seeds of future glory. This balanced portrayal challenges us to see the war not as a morality play, but as a tragic collision of two formidable civilizations, each brilliant, each flawed, each worthy of remembrance. The myth of Greek military supremacy crumbles when examined closely. For every Achilles storming the field, there were Trojan fighters like Aeneas who survived encounters with both Diomedes and Achilles through grit and divine favor. The Dardanian ally Aeneas wasn't merely surviving, he was learning, adapting, and ultimately ensuring his people's legacy would outlast the ashes. Troy's real strength wasn't just in its walls or weapons, but in its ability to unite diverse cultures under a shared cause, to innovate under pressure, and to fight with the creativity of those who know they defend something greater than glory. That's why their story endures, not as cautionary tale, but as testament to what happens when ingenuity meets indomitable will. The Iliad's raw exploration of Achilles' rage might seem like ancient drama, but strip away the bronze armor and divine interventions, and you'll find a mirror reflecting our own unbridled emotions. When Achilles withdraws from battle over a slight to his honor, his fury isn't just a plot device, it's a case study in how unchecked anger corrodes everything it touches. His feud with Agamemnon costs countless lives, isolates him from allies, and ultimately destroys the person he loves most. Modern psychology couldn't paint a clearer picture of self-destructive wrath, the way it narrows vision until all exits seem closed, all compromise is impossible. From road rage to online vendettas, the mechanisms of anger haven't evolved. What makes the Iliad revolutionary is its refusal to sanitize this emotion. It shows rage's seductive power and its catastrophic fallout with equal clarity. Grief, too, transcends its ancient trappings to speak directly to contemporary hearts. Achilles' howling despair over Patroclus' body, refusing to eat, to wash, even to bury his friend, captures the visceral reality of loss in ways that bypass centuries. His obsessive rituals, like dragging Hector's corpse around the tomb, reveal grief's darkest edges, the longing to make the world acknowledge your pain, to force the universe to bear witness. Anyone who's clutched a loved one's shirt long after their passing recognizes this primal need. Homer's genius lies in showing grief not as a tidy stage of acceptance, but as a labyrinth where even heroes lose their way. The shared meal between Achilles and Priam, two enemies united by sorrow, offers no easy solace, just the fragile comfort of being understood. In an era of hashtagged condolences and rushed mourning periods, the Iliad's unflinching portrayal feels startlingly relevant. The poem's treatment of honor cuts equally deep. Hector's dilemma, choosing between personal survival and his duty to Troy, isn't some archaic relic. It's the same calculus facing whistleblowers, soldiers, or anyone torn between conscience and consequence. The Trojan prince's fatal flaw isn't cowardice, but the inability to redefine honor when the old rules lead to ruin. His rigid adherence to warrior codes mirrors modern struggles with toxic masculinity and outdated expectations. Contrast this with Odysseus' pragmatic heroism, the willingness to disguise himself as a beggar or listen to a slave's advice, and the Iliad becomes a meditation on adaptability versus dogma. In workplaces clinging to how we've always done it or leaders refusing course corrections, Hector's tragedy plays out daily. Mortality underpins every Iliad theme, not as philosophical abstraction but as visceral reality. When the dying warrior Sarpedon asks Glaucus why they're honored like gods if they must perish like beasts, he voices the central contradiction of human existence. The poem's warriors know they're doomed yet fight for fleeting glory, a paradox mirroring our own culture of legacy building from viral fame to corporate ladder climbing. Achilles' choice between a long, anonymous life and short, celebrated one resonates in an age obsessed with living your best life while fearing time's passage. The Iliad's brilliance is in refusing easy answers. It celebrates heroism while showing its emptiness, honors sacrifice while questioning its worth. What makes these themes timeless isn't their grandeur, but their intimacy. The Iliad understands that anger often masquerades as pain, that grief reshapes identity, that honor systems can become cages. Its characters aren't marble statues, they're flawed, contradictory beings whose struggles transcend their world of chariots and spears. When Priam kisses the hands that killed his son, or Briseis mourns Patroclus despite his role in her enslavement, the poem reveals humanity's capacity to transcend expected narratives. 3,000 years haven't dulled these truths, they've only proven how desperately we still need them. The Iliad endures not because it's ancient, but because it's alarmingly, uncomfortably current. The Iliad's battlefield echoes with screams and clashing bronze, but its true power lies in how those ancient cries still reverberate in our modern souls. This isn't just a poem about heroes, it's a blueprint for understanding everything from the psychological scars of combat to the moral quicksand of warfare. Take Achilles' rage, that fiery spiral of grief and vengeance after Patroclus' death. Modern psychologists recognize this unspooling, the hypervigilance, the nightmares, the inability to let go as textbook PTSD. The warrior's withdrawal from society, his obsessive rituals with Patroclus' corpse, even his survivor's guilt, they're not just dramatic flourishes, they're eerily precise portraits of trauma that could have been lifted from a veteran's counseling session today. Homer didn't have the clinical language, but he grasped war's invisible wounds with a clarity that still stuns. But the Iliad's relevance stretches far beyond individual suffering. The poem's ethical dilemmas read like a contemporary war crimes tribunal. When Achilles defiles Hector's body, dragging it behind his chariot day after day, we recoil, not just from the brutality, but from the uncomfortable truth it reveals about dehumanization in conflict. The same impulse fuels modern atrocities, from trophy photos to prisoner abuse. Yet Homer doesn't let us off with easy judgment. He shows Achilles' breakdown as both monstrous and heartbreaking, forcing us to sit with war's corrosive power to twist even the noblest warriors. It's a duality we still grapple with when soldiers commit atrocities. Are they monsters or broken products of the very violence we ask them to wield? The Trojan War's political dimensions feel ripped from today's headlines. Agamemnon's cynical manipulation of the Greek coalition, using Helen's abduction as pretext for economic domination, mirrors modern wars sold as liberation while securing oil routes or trade hubs. The poem's most chilling moment might be the catalogue of ships, that seemingly dry list of Greek forces. Read between the lines, and it's a ledger of imperial overreach, showing how many kingdoms were strong-armed into a conflict that served only a few elites. The Trojans fare no better. Their council debates whether to return Helen and avoid annihilation, but pride and sunk cost fallacy win out. Substitute withdrawal deadlines for Helen's return. and you've got eerie parallels to contemporary quagmires where saving face trumps saving lives. What makes the Iliad indispensable is its refusal to simplify. Take its treatment of glory, that shimmering illusion driving warriors to slaughter. The poem both celebrates heroic feats and exposes their hollowness. Achilles' choice between a long, anonymous life and short, glorious one isn't some archaic dilemma. It's the same calculus driving today's influencer culture, where viral fame eclipses sustainable happiness. Hector's heartbreaking farewell to Andromache lays bare the cost of this chase. A child who'll grow up orphaned, a widow stripped of status, all for a concept of honor that dies with its holder. The Iliad doesn't offer answers, it holds up a mirror to our own complicity in systems that sacrifice people for abstract ideals. Perhaps the poem's most radical modern lesson lies in its portrayal of enemies. The truce between Greeks and Trojans to collect their dead, Priam and Achilles weeping together over shared loss, these moments shatter the myth of monolithic otherness that fuels endless conflicts. In an age of algorithmically amplified hatred, the Iliad reminds us that even bitter foes weep similar tears. When Diomedes and Glaucus discover their grandfathers exchanged guest gifts and cease fighting, it's not naivete, it's a damning indictment of how arbitrary tribal lines can be. The poem's ultimate tragedy isn't Hector's death or Troy's fall, but how preventable it all was if anyone had valued living peace over dying glory. This ancient text endures because it understands something primal about human nature, our capacity for both unimaginable cruelty and breathtaking tenderness, often in the same heartbeat. From veteran reintegration programs to drone warfare debates, the Iliad's questions haunt us. What do we owe the wounded? When does justice become vengeance? How thin is the line between hero and butcher? 3,000 years haven't dulled their edge. If anything, in a world of asymmetrical warfare and digital dehumanization, Homer's mirror reflects back at us with sharper clarity. The poem's greatest gift isn't its answers, but its courage to ask and keep asking the uncomfortable questions we still can't escape. The Trojan War didn't fade into the dust of ancient history. It erupted into 1,000 new forms, each era molding its themes to fit contemporary fears and fascinations. Take Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida, a play that strips away the Iliad's grandeur to expose war's grubby underbelly. Here, heroes are petty, love is transactional, and glory is a marketing trick. Written during the cynical years of Jacobean England, the play mirrors its time's disillusionment with power, turning Achilles into a preening celebrity and Odysseus into a spin doctor. This isn't just adaptation, it's cultural autopsy, proving the Trojan War's framework could dissect any era's hypocrisies. Jump to the 21st century and the myth mutates again. Films like Troy 2004 may simplify the plot, but they amplify the story's psychological core. Brad Pitt's Achilles isn't just a warrior, he's a brooding antihero grappling with the emptiness of fame, a reflection of modern celebrity culture's toll. Meanwhile, novels like Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles reframe the epic as a love story, resonating with audiences hungry for queer narratives that transcend tragedy. These retellings aren't disposable entertainment, they're proof that the Trojan War's themes love, loss, the cost of pride are universal enough to bridge 3 millennia. Visual artists, too, have weaponized the tale. Baroque painters like Rubens depicted the war's violence with grotesque splendor, their canvases dripping with blood and gold to mirror Europe's own age of conquest. Centuries later, abstract expressionists like Cy Twombly scrawled Homer's verses across chaotic splatters, turning ancient grief into modern angst. Even video games like Total War, Troy gamify the conflict, letting players rewrite history while inadvertently grappling with the same strategic dilemmas Agamemnon faced: resource scarcity, morale management, the ethics of siege warfare. The war's most subversive modern incarnation might be Margaret Atwood's The Penelopiad, which dismantles Odysseus' heroism through his wife's sardonic narration. By giving voice to Penelope and her hanged maids, Atwood exposes the systemic violence buried under classical heroics, a move echoing today's feminist reclaiming of silenced histories. Similarly, contemporary poets like Ocean Vuong borrowed Trojan imagery to articulate immigrant trauma, comparing border crossings to Aeneas' flight from burning Troy. The war's legacy isn't locked in marble. It's a living language adapting to articulate new struggles. Why does this 3,000-year-old story remain so alarmingly relevant? Because its core tensions between honor and survival, individuality and duty, love and war are human dilemmas we've yet to resolve. The Trojan War isn't a relic, it's a mirror. Every generation peers in and sees its own reflection, whether it's Shakespeare's political rot or our own age of disillusioned heroes and endless conflict. The myth endures not despite its contradictions, but because of them it's vast enough to hold all our fears, all our hopes, and still leave room for the next retelling. From the smoky ruins of Troy, the war's myths didn't just survive, they multiplied, mutating into 1,000 new forms to haunt every generation. Consider Hollywood's Troy 2004, where Brad Pitt's Achilles isn't just a demigod with a spear, but a brooding antihero wrestling with the emptiness of his own legend. The film strips away Homer's divine machinations to focus on something far more contemporary, the corrosive cost of fame and the loneliness of unmatched skill. It's no coincidence that this version resonated in the early 2000s, an era obsessed with celebrity burnout and the dark side of brilliance. The screenplay even amplifies Achilles' rebellion against Agamemnon's greed, framing it as a proto-corporate whistleblower moment, proof that these ancient conflicts can be recast as modern power struggles without losing their punch. But the war's legacy isn't confined to blockbusters. Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles 2011 cracked open the Iliad's emotional core, reimagining Patroclus and Achilles' bond as a sweeping romance doomed by pride and prophecy. By filtering the epic through Patroclus' quiet, observant eyes, Miller exposes the tenderness buried beneath the bloodshed. The novel's viral success, sparking tearful TikTok tributes and fan art, reveals how hungry audiences are for myths that center vulnerability alongside valor. This isn't just adaptation, it's alchemy, turning Bronze Age subtext into a manifesto on love's power to defy even fate. The stage, too, has been a battleground for reinterpretation. Shakespeare's Troilus and Cressida 1602 drags the war off its pedestal, painting Greek heroes as vainglorious bullies and Trojans as naive idealists. In the Jacobean playwright's hands, Helen becomes a punchline, her legendary beauty reduced to a MacGuffin in a pointless war. It's a cynical take that mirrors our own disillusionment with endless conflicts waged over hollow justifications. Fast forward to 2019, and Canadian poet Anne Carson's Norma Jean Baker of Troy fuses Helen with Marilyn Monroe, drawing eerie parallels between ancient objectification and modern celebrity culture. The war's women, so often sidelined in classical texts, keep demanding their stories be told, whether through Margaret Atwood's razor-sharp Penelopiad or Pat Barker's The Silence of the Girls, where Bryce Eyes finally gets to narrate her own captivity. Even gaming has weaponized Troy's legacy. Total War Saga, Troy 2020 blends Homeric lore with real Bronze Age archaeology, letting players strategize over grain shortages and diplomacy alongside battlefield tactics. The game's truth behind the myth mode replaces centaurs with mounted warriors and cyclopes with berserkers in boar skin helmets, bridging fantasy and history in a way that would make Schliemann proud. Meanwhile, indie games like Hades resurrect Achilles and Patroclus in the underworld, their dialogues exploring grief and redemption through interactive storytelling. These adaptations prove the war's framework is endlessly hackable. its themes plugging seamlessly into everything from resource management simulators to queer narratives. The most radical reworkings emerge from marginalized voices. Ocean Vuong's poetry collection Time is a Mother 2022 likens his family's escape from Vietnam to Aeneas fleeing Troy, statelessness rendered mythic. Writer Natalie Haynes' 1,000 Ships gives voice to Trojan women, from enslaved handmaidens to vengeful goddesses, reframing the conflict as a mosaic of lived experiences rather than a hero's monologue. Even Beyoncé's Lemonade visual album borrows Trojan imagery, equating infidelity's battlefield with Helen's legendary transgression. The war's myths have become a lingua franca, a way to articulate displacement, trauma, and resilience across cultures. What makes these retellings more than just nostalgia? They prove that Troy's real victory was narrative, not military. The war's enduring power lies in its contradictions, the way it can be both a cautionary tale about hubris and a celebration of defiance, a patriarchal epic and a feminist manifesto, depending on who holds the pen. From Virgil's Aeneid justifying Rome's empire to contemporary authors dismantling that same imperial logic, the story bends but never breaks. The flames that consumed Troy didn't extinguish its legacy. They scattered its embers, igniting new fires in every generation willing to wrestle with its messy, magnificent truths. The war isn't over, it's just waiting for the next storyteller to pick up the thread. Helen of Troy stands frozen in the Iliad's most haunting moment, not as a passive prize but as a woman consumed by guilt. Peering from the Scaean gates in Book 3, she names the Greek warriors below with chilling familiarity, then turns to King Priam and utters a line that shatters centuries of stereotype. "I wish bitter death had been what I wanted when I came here with your son." This isn't the vain seductress of later legend. It's a refugee of her own choices, trapped in a golden cage of regret. Homer's Helen defies simplification at every turn. When she weaves the war's battles into tapestry, the act transcends decoration. It becomes a compulsive reckoning, threading each death onto her conscience like beads on a string. The depth of her remorse surfaces in quieter moments too. Her exchange with Hector, the only Trojan who shows her kindness, reveals a self-loathing so profound it startles. "You're the one person here who doesn't make me hate myself," she confesses, framing her existence as a burden even her beauty can't offset. Later poets would flatten her into a symbol, but Homer gives us a psychological portrait, a woman who understands the cost of her abduction down to the last widow's wail. That infamous face that launched 1,000 ships becomes not a source of pride, but a curse she can't escape. Archaeology adds eerie resonance to this portrayal. Mycenaean frescoes show women presiding over religious rituals and trade, hinting at the political agency Helen might have wielded before myth reduced her to a plot device. Even her infamous weaving finds precedent in Linear B tablets listing royal workshops where noblewomen supervised textile production. The real tragedy of Helen isn't her beauty, it's how thoroughly her personhood was overwritten by the needs of the story. Homer, almost alone among ancient writers, resists this erasure. His Helen critiques the war fought in her name, mocks Menelaus' battlefield hesitation, and ultimately serves as the war's most incisive bystander. Later traditions couldn't abide this complexity. Roman poets like Ovid recast her as a coquette, while Euripides' Helen invents a fantastical double to absolve her of blame. These revisions reveal more about their own cultures than Helen's reality: Rome's anxieties about female sexuality, Athens' obsession with chastity. But Homer's version lingers in the margins, demanding we see her not as a cause but as a casualty. When she appears in the Odyssey, reunited with Menelaus, their domesticity feels less like a happy ending than a ceasefire. The war's shadow stretches across their Spartan hall, a reminder that some choices can never be undone. What makes Helen's regret so revolutionary is its rarity in ancient literature. women who triggered conflicts were typically monstrous or unrepentant. Think of Medea's bloody vengeance or Clytemnestra's defiant murder of Agamemnon. Helen's anguish exists in a different register, the quiet horror of realizing too late how small choices ripple into cataclysms. Her story warns against reducing people to symbols because behind every legend is someone who might wish, when the singing stops, that they'd never been sung about at all. Helen's voice in the Iliad carries a weight that transcends the usual mythological tropes. It cracks open the legend to reveal a woman agonizingly aware of her own role in the devastation around her. When she speaks to Priam on Troy's walls, identifying Greek warriors with chilling precision, there's no pride in her knowledge, only the hollow tone of someone who understands the cost of each name. Her famous lament, "I wish I'd died before I followed your son here," it isn't performative remorse. It's the raw confession of a person who's traced every death back to her choices. Homer doesn't let her off as a passive object stolen by Paris. In her exchanges with Hector, the only Trojan who treats her with kindness, she calls herself a horror to behold, not fishing for reassurance but articulating a self-loathing that's palpably real. This is no stock femme fatale, it's one of antiquity's most nuanced portraits of guilt. Yet to reduce Helen to mere penitence misses Homer's subtler commentary on agency. Her famed weaving of the war's events into tapestry becomes a silent act of defiance, not just recording history but owning her place in it. Unlike the men who frame her abduction as a pretext for plunder, Helen confronts the bloodshed head-on, threading each battle into fabric as if to say, "I see this and I will not look away." Even her sharp critique of Menelaus during the duel with Paris, mocking his hesitation, reveals a startling assertiveness. She's not just a sorrowful figure, she's the war's most unflinching witness, dissecting the vanity behind the violence with words as precise as any blade. The tension between fate and free will simmers beneath her every appearance. When Aphrodite drags her to Paris' bed against her protests, Helen's fury at the goddess, "Maddening one, must you deceive me so?" clashes with her eventual return to his side. Is this divine coercion or the tragic inertia of a woman bound by the choices she can't undo? Homer leaves the question unresolved, letting Helen oscillate between resistance and resignation. Her final scene in the Iliad, mourning Hector, the one Trojan who showed her dignity, is a masterpiece of quiet devastation. In a single lament, she grieves not just her protector, but the last thread tethering her to redemption. "No one else looks at me with kindness. They shudder when they pass me by." Later traditions would whitewash or vilify her, but the Iliad's Helen defies both extremes. She's neither the blameless phantom Euripides concocted Helen, nor the vain seductress of Roman poetry. Instead, Homer gives us someone far more human, a woman navigating the wreckage of her own life, fully aware that legends don't absolve, they immortalize flaws and all. Her tragedy isn't that she caused a war, but that she's the only one forced to reckon with its cost every single day. The other players, Agamemnon, Achilles, even Paris, get to cloak themselves in glory or grievance. Helen alone must live with the unfiltered aftermath, her reflection in every widow's tears a reminder that in war there are no innocent hands, only broken ones. The rhythmic pulse of Homer's verses might feel foreign to modern ears, but dismissing the Iliad's poetic style as outdated misses the revolutionary genius humming beneath every repeated epithet and formulaic line. Those seemingly redundant phrases, "swift-footed Achilles," "rosy-fingered dawn," weren't filler. They were the ancient equivalent of a DJ's beat, creating a hypnotic cadence that kept audiences riveted during marathon performances. Imagine a world without printed books, where stories lived in the breath of singers and the collective memory of listeners. Homer's epithets weren't just decorative, they were mnemonic anchors, allowing bards to weave complex narratives on the fly while maintaining the rigid dactylic hexameter that gave the poetry its musicality. This wasn't repetition, it was oral engineering. The Iliad's structure operated like a fractal, where recurring patterns built complexity through variation. Take the famous arming scenes where heroes don their armor with near-identical sequences. At first glance, these passages might seem like copy-paste relics, but listen closer. When Patroclus straps on Achilles' gear, the familiar formula twists into irony. The armor that once symbolized invincibility now cloaks a doomed man. The repetition isn't lazy, it's strategic, heightening the tragedy through audience expectation. Like a jazz musician riffing on a standard, Homer used these templates as launchpads for emotional subversion. Modern audiences conditioned by cinema might miss the auditory sophistication of Homer's techniques. The epithets functioned like leitmotifs in a symphony, instantly conjuring characters or concepts without exposition. Resourceful Odysseus, or Hector of the glinting helmet, aren't just descriptors, they're branding, distilling identities into sonic signatures recognizable even to listeners drifting in and out of crowded banquet halls. Recent studies of oral traditions in the Balkans reveal similar strategies among contemporary epic singers, who use stock phrases as neural shortcuts during performances lasting hours. The brain processes these rhythmic repetitions differently than prose, enhancing recall and emotional resonance, a neurological superpower Homer exploited millennia before science explained it. Critics who call Homer's style primitive often overlook its immersive power. The dactylic hexameter's rolling cadence, a pattern of long and short syllables mimicking the rise and fall of waves, didn't just aid memory, it synced listeners' heartbeats to the narrative's tide. Battle scenes accelerate into staccato bursts, while funeral laments stretch into lingering spondees. This wasn't mere ornamentation. It was ancient virtual reality, using rhythm to simulate the rush of combat or the weight of grief. Contemporary spoken word artists and hip-hop poets employ parallel techniques, proving that the marriage of meter and meaning is as vital today as it was in the Bronze Age. The Iliad's greatest trick might be how its form mirrors its themes. Just as the poem's warriors find individuality within the rigid codes of heroism, Homer's language blossoms within its formal constraints. The oft-repeated phrase, "the will of Zeus was accomplished," begins as cosmic certainty, then curdles into irony as mortals misinterpret divine plans. Even the infamous catalogue of ships, a roster that tests modern readers' patience, becomes a poignant roll call of communities soon to be hollowed by loss when heard aloud, transforming bureaucratic inventory into elegy. What we dismiss as outdated is often just artistry operating on frequencies we've forgotten how to hear. From the rhythmic call and response of African griots to the recursive refrains of folk ballads, oral storytelling's DNA still thrums in today's podcasts and audiobooks. The Iliad doesn't need updating. It needs us to unplug long enough to rediscover the power of words meant to be felt in the bones, not just decoded by the eyes. In an age of disposable digital scrolls, Homer's verses stand as a monument to language's oldest truth. Some stories don't just tell, they echo. The Iliad's verses don't just recount a war, they forge an entire universe through language, pulling listeners into its rhythms like waves dragging sand from the shore. Homer's genius lies not in originality of plot, but in how he wields repetition as a sculptor wields chisels, each seemingly redundant phrase shaping perception in ways that still influence storytelling today. Consider the famous rosy-fingered dawn that opens each day's battle. At first glance, a simple poetic flourish, but over time it becomes a metronome of inevitability, marking time's relentless march toward mortality. These formulaic lines aren't narrative crutches, they're hypnotic anchors, embedding the story's heartbeat into the listener's consciousness long before printed books existed. Modern audiences might miss the radical innovation in Homer's technique. His dactylic hexameter, the 6-beat cadence mimicking galloping horses or oars cutting water, was the ancient equivalent of a cinematic score, manipulating emotion through rhythm alone. When Achilles' rage erupts, the meter frays into staccato bursts. When Priam begs for Hector's body, the lines stretch into lingering, grief-laden spondees. This isn't decoration, it's psychological warfare waged through syllables, proving Homer understood the neural power of rhythm centuries before neuroscience confirmed how meter affects memory and emotion. The Iliad wasn't meant to be read silently. It was an auditory drug administered through the ear's backdoor to bypass rational thought and seize the gut directly. The poem's structural brilliance reveals itself in nested patterns mirroring its themes. Just as warriors find fleeting individuality within the rigid heroic code, Homer's language blooms within strict formal constraints. The oft-repeated battle scenes, spear thrusts, death cries, armor clattering begin as thrilling spectacle, then curdle into numbing horror as listeners recognize the futility beneath the glittering violence. By the time Achilles drags Hector's corpse, the very techniques that once glorified war now indict it, the repetition revealing the dehumanizing sameness of slaughter. This gradual subversion of expectation makes the Iliad not just a story, but a rhetorical Trojan horse delivering its anti-war message through the very stylistic devices that initially celebrated combat. Homer's influence ripples through literary history like concentric waves from a stone cast in water. Virgil borrowed his structural playbook for the Aeneid, turning formulaic phrases into markers of imperial destiny. James Joyce's Ulysses, perhaps the Iliad's modern counterpart, adopts Homer's motif of cyclical return, where repeated gestures accrue new meaning. Even blockbuster cinema owes a debt. The Marvel franchise's post-credit teasers function like Homeric epithets, rewarding attentive viewers with callbacks that deepen narrative cohesion. The Iliad's true legacy isn't its plot, but its proof that constraints breed creativity, that within the strictest forms, the most revolutionary artistry can flourish. Perhaps most astonishing is how these ancient techniques anticipate modern media. The Iliad's interlocking storylines switching between Greek camps, Trojan walls, and divine summits prefigure today's binge-worthy serialized dramas. Its use of foreshadowing, Helen weaving the war's battles, Hector's ominous dreams operates like prestige TV's Easter eggs, rewarding repeat engagement. Even the controversial Deus Ex Machina endings later writers criticized were sophisticated audience manipulation, acknowledging life's messy unpredictability while delivering emotional resolution. Homer didn't just tell stories, he engineered experiences, using every tool at his disposal to make listeners feel the weight of a spear, the sting of betrayal, the hollow ache of a father cradling his enemy's hands. The real magic lies in how these techniques transcend time. When a veteran hears Achilles' grief over Patroclus and recognizes the cadence of PTSD, when a songwriter catches the rhythm of Hector's last run and spins it into a ballad, when a game designer builds interactive dialogue trees from branching Homeric epithets, that's when the Iliad's artistry proves immortal. This isn't some dusty literary relic, it's a living blueprint for how to make stories resonate across millennia. The poem's power doesn't come from breaking rules, but from mastering them so completely that the rules themselves become invisible, leaving only the echo of Achilles' wail or the shudder of Troy's falling towers to haunt us still. The idea of the Trojan War as a collision of utterly foreign civilizations collapses under scrutiny because in reality, Greeks and Trojans were far more alike than different. This wasn't a fight between alien cultures, it was a brutal family feud with shared gods, intertwined bloodlines, and even overlapping languages shaping the conflict. Homer's own text drips with these connections. When the Trojan ally Glaucus meets Diomedes on the battlefield and discovers their grandfathers exchanged guest gifts, they lower their weapons and trade armor instead of blows. This fleeting truce reveals the deep cultural DNA binding these so-called enemies, a mutual recognition that beneath the war cries, they operated by the same codes of honor, hospitality, and divine reverence. Archaeology confirms this intimate familiarity. Excavations at Troy unearthed Mycenaean pottery alongside local wares, proof that trade and intermarriage predated the war. The Hittite archives refer to both Ahhiyawa, likely Mycenaean Greeks, and Wilusa, Troy, as participants in the same diplomatic networks, vassals and rivals within a shared Bronze Age world. Even the gods worshipped in Troy mirror the Greek pantheon with different names. Apollo becomes Apollonius, Athena transforms into the protective goddess of the citadel. This wasn't a clash of civilizations, it was a schism within one interconnected Mediterranean culture, where the dividing lines were political, not existential. The war's very premise undermines the clash narrative. Paris didn't abduct Helen from some distant, incomprehensible society. He was a guest in Sparta, welcomed under the sacred laws of hospitality that bound all Aegean peoples. His violation of those laws sparked outrage precisely because Greeks and Trojans agreed on their importance. Later, when Priam ventures into the Greek camp to ransom Hector's body, he and Achilles don't need interpreters. They share rituals of mourning and the same understanding of divine wrath. Their famous shared meal, where enemies break bread while surrounded by corpses, only makes sense if both recognize a deeper kinship beneath the bloodshed. Even the combat styles blur the supposed divide. Both armies fight with identical bronze weaponry, employ similar chariot tactics, and structure their societies around warrior elites. The Iliad's battle scenes could easily swap Trojan and Greek fighters without altering the mechanics of combat. What differences exist are regional, not civilizational. Trojan allies like the Lycians or Thracians bring distinct archery or cavalry techniques, but these variations exist within the Greek forces too. Compare the brute strength of Ajax to the cunning of Odysseus. The real divide wasn't Greek versus Trojan. It was the competing ambitions of city-states and warlords jockeying for dominance in a shared world. The myth of civilizations colliding says more about later propagandists than Bronze Age reality. Romans reframed the war as a primordial East-West conflict to justify their own imperial wars with Persia and beyond. Modern ideologies doubled down, painting Troy as the exotic other to Greek rationality. But Homer's original vision is messier and more profound. His Trojans aren't faceless hordes, they're individuals with the same hopes, fears, and flaws as their Greek counterparts. Hector fights not for some alien ideology, but to protect his family, a motive any Greek hoplite would understand. The tragedy of the war isn't that dissimilar cultures clashed, but that profoundly similar ones forgot their common humanity long enough to burn each other to the ground. Perhaps the most telling detail lies in what happened after the war. Greek settlers didn't erase Troy, they rebuilt it, intermarried with survivors, and eventually claimed Trojan ancestry through figures like Aeneas. The victors absorbed the vanquished because at some level they recognized themselves in the enemy. The real Trojan War wasn't a battle for civilization's soul. It was a cautionary tale about how easily kinship can be weaponized and how thin the line between neighbor and rival really is when pride enters the equation. 3,000 years later, that lesson still stings. The myth of Greeks and Trojans as polar opposites unravels when you follow the trade routes that connected them centuries before the war. Far from being sworn enemies, these civilizations were deeply entangled through commerce, diplomacy, and even marriage. Archaeological digs at Troy's harbor town of Bishik Bay reveal extensive Mycenaean pottery shards mixed with local wares, evidence that Greek merchants were regular visitors to Trojan markets. These weren't hostile encounters, they were transactions between business partners who spoke each other's languages and worshipped variations of the same gods. A Hittite tablet found at Hattusa references diplomatic gifts exchanged between Ahhiyawa, likely Mycenaeans, and Wilusa Troy, including a royal marriage alliance that predates Paris and Helen by generations. The so-called enemies of the Trojan War were once in-laws. This interconnected world comes alive in the Iliad's quieter moments. When Diomedes and Glaucus prepare to duel in Book 6, they discover their grandfathers shared guest friendship ties, a sacred bond of mutual hospitality. Instead of clashing, they exchange armor and part as allies, acknowledging a relationship stronger than wartime allegiances. Even the gods reflect this cultural blending. Apollo, beloved by the Trojans, was worshipped by Greeks as a healer and archer, while Athena's patronage of Odysseus underscores her dual role as a goddess of both Greek strategy and Trojan handicrafts. The war didn't erupt between strangers, it tore apart societies that knew each other's customs intimately. The economic ties were equally robust. Troy's wealth came from controlling the Dardanelles, the vital waterway linking the Aegean to the Black Sea's grain and mineral riches. Greek city-states relied on these trade routes for everything from Anatolian silver to Baltic amber. Linear B tablets from Pylos list Trojan made textiles and Hittite bronze among palace inventories, proving conflict wasn't the default state of affairs. In fact, the earliest Greek accounts suggest the war began less as a racial crusade than as a punitive raid led by Mycenae, one kingdom among many, to retaliate for Paris breaching diplomatic protocol, not some existential East versus West divide. Even the warriors' daily lives mirrored each other. Both sides fought with near-identical bronze armor, feasted on similar spiced meats and wine, and structured their societies around elite warrior households. The lamentations of Trojan and Greek women over fallen soldiers are interchangeable in Homer's text. Same grief, same rituals, same curses hurled at the gods. When Hector bids farewell to Andromache, his fears for her widowhood would resonate with any Greek soldier's wife. This cultural symmetry makes the war's brutality even more tragic. These weren't clashes between alien worldviews, but family feuds writ large, where cousins recognized each other's battle cries mid-charge. The shared heritage extends to language itself. While the Trojans likely spoke an Anatolian dialect, bilingualism was common among elites. The Iliad implies seamless communication between armies, no translators needed during Priam's embassy to Achilles. Place names like Mount Ida appear in both Greek and Hittite records, while loanwords for goods like chiton, tunic suggest linguistic cross-pollination. Even the war's aftermath reveals this intimacy. Greek settlers rebuilt Troy within generations, blending Mycenaean and Anatolian traditions so thoroughly that later Romans proudly claimed descent from both sides. What does this mean for how we view the Trojan War? It shatters the simplistic clash of civilizations narrative favored by later propagandists. This wasn't Greece versus Persia or Rome versus Carthage. It was a fratricidal conflict between societies that understood each other all too well. The real tragedy lies in how easily political ambition and wounded pride can twist kinship into hatred, turning trading partners into targets and neighbors into enemies. 3,000 years later, that lesson still echoes wherever cultural familiarity fails to prevent violence, proving that the thinnest borders aren't between nations but between peace and war. The Iliad's battlefield clamor and clashing swords might suggest an epic obsessed with action over introspection until you witness Achilles unraveling after Patroclus' death. His grief isn't a single note of sorrow, it's a symphony of anguish that cycles through denial, rage, and despair with terrifying precision. When he refuses to wash the blood from his hands or eat, when he cradles Patroclus' corpse through the night, these aren't theatrical flourishes, they're clinical depictions of trauma that mirror modern understandings of acute grief. Homer's genius lies in how he maps the topography of emotion. Achilles' famous wrath doesn't vanish when he re-enters battle. It mutates into something even darker, a self-annihilating fury where victory becomes indistinguishable from punishment. The moment he compares himself to a lion whose cubs were stolen, "I have no interest in life unless Hector falls," reveals a psyche fractured by loss, not a simplistic thirst for vengeance. Priam's journey is equally nuanced. The Trojan king's midnight trek to Achilles' tent isn't just a plot device. It's one of literature's first deep dives into the psychology of reconciliation. When he clasps the hands that killed his son and implores Achilles to remember his own father, he's wielding empathy as a weapon more devastating than any spear. Homer lingers on the details, the old man's trembling fingers, the shared meal between enemies, the fragile truce of mutual mourning. This isn't just forgiveness, it's the radical acknowledgement that grief transcends tribal lines, a concept astonishingly advanced for its era. The quiet moment when both men weep together, Achilles for Patroclus, Priam for Hector, exposes the universal core of suffering beneath their cultural differences. Even secondary characters showcase remarkable psychological realism. Briseis's lament for Patroclus, "You were kind always," unpacks layers of complex attachment between captive and captor. Her grief exists in tension with her status as a war prize, revealing how trauma bonds form under oppression. Helen's self-loathing monologues, where she curses her own beauty, present a chilling portrait of guilt's corrosive power. And Hector's hesitation before the Scaean gates, torn between duty and survival, imagining his son orphaned, captures the visceral clash between societal expectations and primal instincts. The poem's structure itself mirrors psychological processes. Its famous repetitions, the recurring epithets, the ritualized speeches aren't just oral tradition devices. They echo how trauma survivors obsessively replay pivotal moments. When Achilles drags Hector's body around Patroclus' tomb day after day, the cyclical horror mirrors the relentless loops of unresolved grief. Even the gods' interventions can be read as externalizations of human irrationality. Athena, appearing to stop Achilles from drawing his sword on Agamemnon, becomes the voice of suppressed reason breaking through rage. Modern psychology keeps catching up to Homer's insights. Studies on combat trauma validate Achilles' withdrawal and hypervigilance as classic PTSD symptoms. Cognitive behavioral therapy's emphasis on reframing, exemplified when Priam shifts Achilles' perspective by invoking his father, finds an ancient precedent in that tent scene. The Iliad understands what contemporary science confirms: emotion isn't linear. Grief coils back on itself, rage masks terror, and healing begins not with closure but with being witnessed. That's why this 3,000-year-old poem still resonates, not despite its psychological complexity, but because of it. Homer didn't just chronicle a war, he charted the labyrinth of the human heart with a map so accurate we're still following its contours today. The raw anguish of Achilles as he cradles Patroclus' lifeless body isn't just poetry, it's one of humanity's first documented panic attacks. Homer doesn't simply tell us the warrior grieves, he dissects the process with unnerving precision. The refusal to wash his friend's blood from his hands, the animalistic howls that terrify even the gods, the obsessive dragging of Hector's corpse, these aren't stylized gestures. They map the disintegration of a mind consumed by loss, mirroring modern psychology's understanding of traumatic bereavement. What makes this portrayal revolutionary isn't its drama, but its intimacy. 3,000 years before Freud, Homer captures how grief rewires cognition. Achilles' famous rage mutates into something far more disturbing, a numbness where even vengeance loses meaning, where survival itself becomes distasteful. Yet the Iliad's psychological brilliance extends beyond breakdowns. Consider the quiet moment when Priam, the Trojan king, kneels to kiss the hands that killed his son. This isn't just dramatic irony, it's a masterclass in emotional alchemy. Homer shows us the exact instant when hatred transmutes into recognition, the enemy's fingers trembling like his own, the shared stench of mortality overriding tribal lines. The scene operates on two levels simultaneously. Priam consciously plays the supplicant to retrieve Hector's body, while unconsciously mirroring Achilles' own father, triggering a neural empathy cascade we now know is rooted in mirror neurons. It's interpersonal psychology rendered in Bronze Age terms, proof that human connection can short-circuit even the most entrenched cycles of violence. Secondary characters reveal equally nuanced portraits. Briseis, the enslaved woman caught between Achilles and Agamemnon, delivers the Iliad's most devastating line, "You were kind always," when mourning Patroclus. In 4 words, Homer exposes the Stockholm Syndrome like bonds forged in captivity, the way victims preserve dignity by focusing on slivers of decency. Helen's self-loathing as she gazes from Troy's walls. "I wish I'd died before I followed your son here," it isn't just guilt, it's clinical depression manifesting as hyper-self-awareness. Even minor figures like Andromache, whose preemptive grief for her husband foreshadows PTSD anticipatory anxiety, showcase minds layered with conflicting impulses. The poem's structure itself mimics cognitive processes. The famous repetitive epithets "swift-footed Achilles," "bright-helmeted Hector" aren't mere mnemonic devices for oral poets. They mirror how trauma survivors fixate on defining phrases, looping them like mental balm. When Achilles circles Patroclus' pyre dragging Hector's body, the cyclical horror mirrors obsessive-compulsive disorders, ritualized behaviors. Divine interventions read as externalized internal conflicts. Athena stopping Achilles from killing Agamemnon becomes the voice of suppressed reason breaking through amygdala hijack. Modern therapeutic frameworks keep validating Homer's insights. Cognitive behavioral therapy's cornerstone, that reframing thoughts alters emotions, finds its prototype when Priam shifts Achilles' perspective by invoking paternal love. The stages of grief Elizabeth Kubler-Ross outlined in 1969 are all present in the Iliad. Denial, Achilles refusing burial; anger, his battlefield rampage; bargaining, Priam's ransom plea; depression, the hero fasting in his tent; and acceptance, returning Hector's body. Even the communal lamentations, women tearing their hair, singers chanting dirges, anticipate contemporary grief counseling's emphasis on collective mourning. What makes this ancient text timeless isn't its battlefield spectacle, but its uncanny grasp of mental processes we've only recently named. The Iliad proves that while our understanding of psychology has expanded, the fundamental architecture of human emotion remains unchanged. When Hector's voice cracks as he imagines Andromache enslaved, "I can see you in Argos, weaving at another woman's loom," we recognize the same neural pathways that light up in fMRI scans when modern soldiers envision their families' fates. Homer's genius was realizing that the truest war story isn't about who wins, but what survives, and what gets irrevocably shattered in the minds of those who fight it. The idea that the Trojan War vanished without a trace into the annals of legend ignores the seismic ripples it sent across the ancient world, ripples that reshaped economies, redrew political maps, and even influenced the rise of civilizations yet unborn. While the wooden horse and burning towers make for dramatic storytelling, the real aftershocks were far more subtle and far more enduring. Consider the vacuum left by Troy's destruction. For centuries, this city had been the linchpin of Black Sea trade, controlling the flow of grain, gold, and bronze between Europe and Asia. When its walls fell, the disruption wasn't just symbolic, it was economic chaos. Greek merchants who'd relied on Troy as a middleman now scrambled for new routes, while Anatolian powers like the Hittites, already weakened by internal strife, lost a critical buffer against invading sea peoples. The war didn't just topple a city, it unraveled an entire network of commerce that had stabilized the Bronze Age Mediterranean. But nature abhors a vacuum, and from this collapse rose new powers. The Phoenicians, seafaring traders from modern-day Lebanon, exploited the gap left by Troy's demise, expanding their maritime empire westward to Sicily and beyond. Their purple-dyed textiles and glassware filled markets once dominated by Trojan intermediaries, laying foundations for a trade web that would later sustain Carthage and Rome. Meanwhile, the Greeks, spent from a decade of war, faced their own reckoning. The returning victors brought back more than plunder. They carried the seeds of societal collapse. Mycenaean palaces, drained of resources and manpower, buckled under internal revolts and Dorian invasions within generations. The war that was supposed to secure Greek dominance instead accelerated their dark age, a 3-century slump where writing vanished and palaces crumbled. Yet from these ashes emerged unexpected transformations. The displaced survivors of Troy and Mycenae scattered across the Aegean like embers, igniting cultural fusions that would define the next era. Recent DNA studies of ancient Anatolian settlements show a sudden influx of Greek genetic markers post-war, evidence of refugee migrations that blended artistic styles, religious practices, and technologies. The famed geometric pottery of Iron Age Greece, with its crisp lines and angular motifs, bears striking similarities to designs found in post-Trojan War Anatolia, suggesting a cross-pollination of aesthetics. Even the alphabet we associate with ancient Greece owes a debt to this diaspora. When Greek settlers encountered Phoenician traders in the war's aftermath, they adapted their script into the first true Greek letters, bridging cultures through commerce. Politically, the war's legacy was equally profound. The Hittite Empire, Troy's faltering ally, collapsed shortly after the conflict, its capital Hattusa abandoned to weeds. This power vacuum allowed smaller kingdoms like Lydia and Phrygia to rise, setting the stage for later clashes with Persia that would shape the course of Western history. Meanwhile, the myth of Aeneas fleeing Troy with his household gods became Rome's origin story, giving the fledgling republic a borrowed prestige that legitimized its eventual empire. Virgil's Aeneid wasn't just poetic fan fiction, it was political propaganda linking Rome's grandeur to the very civilization it had supplanted. Perhaps the most underrated impact lies in warfare itself. The Trojan War marked a turning point from heroic duels to massed infantry tactics. The Iliad's focus on individual combats, Achilles versus Hector, Ajax versus Hector, belies archaeological evidence of a shift toward organized phalanxes in the post-war centuries. The war's protracted siege may have exposed the limitations of chariot-based warfare, spurring innovations that would culminate in the hoplite revolution. Even the concept of total war targeting civilians, destroying infrastructure finds early expression in Troy's annihilation, a brutal precedent future conquerors would follow. The Trojan War's true legacy isn't carved in temple friezes or epic poems. It's woven into the DNA of how civilizations rise, fall, and reinvent themselves. From trade routes to alphabets, from refugee diasporas to imperial propaganda, the conflict proved that even the most legendary wars leave their deepest marks not in the ground they scorch, but in the futures they inadvertently forge. 3,000 years later, we're still living in the shadow of that wooden horse, not because of the trick itself, but because of the world its success helped unmoor and remake. The fall of Troy sent shockwaves through the ancient world, not with the dramatic crash of its fabled walls, but through 1,000 subtle shifts in trade, migration, and power that rewrote the map of the Mediterranean. Within decades of the city's destruction, a domino effect of chaos and opportunity unfolded. The so-called Sea Peoples, mysterious raiders recorded in Egyptian hieroglyphs, began sacking coastal cities from Anatolia to the Nile Delta. Their identity remains one of history's great puzzles, but their timing is telling. With Troy gone, the guardian of the Dardanelles, the delicate balance of Bronze Age commerce collapsed. Shipping lanes that had funneled Black Sea grain and Anatolian silver through Trojan middlemen now lay unprotected, inviting opportunistic attacks. A Hittite tablet from this era laments, "The ships of the enemy came and burned our cities with fire." This wasn't random piracy, it was the symptom of an economic ecosystem in freefall. As trade networks fractured, so too did the great empires that depended on them. The Hittites, Troy's erstwhile protectors, vanished almost overnight, their capital Hattusa abandoned, their archives left to smolder. Meanwhile, Mycenaean Greece, despite its Pyrrhic victory, spiraled into its own collapse. The Linear B tablets tell a grim story. Palace storerooms, once overflowing with olive oil and bronze, now recorded desperate grain shortages. The warriors who'd boasted of sacking Troy returned to homelands buckling under drought and rebellion. Within 2 generations, the grand palaces of Agamemnon and Nestor were reduced to rubble, their frescoes fading beneath layers of ash. The Trojan War didn't just topple a city, it helped trigger the late Bronze Age collapse, a systemic unraveling that erased literacy, centralized power, and even entire technologies like fine metalworking for centuries. Yet from this wreckage emerged unexpected rebirths. The Phoenicians, seafarers from modern-day Lebanon, seized the void left by Troy's demise. Their sleek trading ships, painted with the purple dye that became their trademark, ventured farther west than ever before establishing colonies in Sicily, Sardinia, and eventually Carthage. It was these post-Trojan War trade routes that first brought tin from Spain and amber from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, laying groundwork for the Iron Age's metallurgical revolution. Even the Greek alphabet owes its existence to this era of upheaval. Around 850 BC, Greek merchants adapting Phoenician script added vowels, creating the writing system that would later record Homer's epics. The very words preserving the Trojan War's memory were shaped by its aftermath. The war's geopolitical aftershocks reached even further. Displaced Trojans and their allies scattered across the Aegean, blending cultures in ways archaeologists are only beginning to trace. Recent excavations on Lemnos reveal a settlement where Trojan-style pottery mingles with Mycenaean motifs, suggesting refugee artisans preserving traditions in exile. The Etruscans of Italy, long speculated to have Anatolian roots, show genetic markers linking them to post-war migrations. Virgil's tale of Aeneas fleeing Troy to found Rome may be myth, but it captures a deeper truth. The war's displaced survivors seeded new civilizations across the Mediterranean. Perhaps the most enduring legacy lies in warfare itself. Troy's decade-long siege marked a turning point from heroic skirmishes to total war. The Greeks' systematic destruction of Trojan religious sites and slaughter of non-combatants set a brutal precedent future conquerors would follow. Yet the war also birthed counterbalancing innovations: diplomatic immunity for heralds, truces to collect the dead, that became foundational to international law. The conflict's paradoxes endure. It simultaneously normalized atrocity and planted seeds for its restraint. The true measure of Troy's fall isn't in the ashes of one city, but in how its embers ignited transformations across 3 continents. When traders adjusted sails to navigate a world without Trojan middlemen, when refugees carried shattered idols to distant shores, when scribes borrowed alphabets to record epics of loss, they were all unwittingly writing the war's final chapter. Not as an ending, but as a catalyst for everything that followed. The idea that the Iliad is some impenetrable fortress of ancient literature, reserved only for scholars and masochistic students, couldn't be further from the truth. Yes, it's 3,000 years old. Yes, it's packed with unfamiliar names and extended battle sequences. But at its core, this is a story about rage, grief, love, and the terrible cost of pride, universal emotions that hit just as hard today as they did in the Bronze Age. What makes Homer's epic daunting isn't the content itself, but the myth of inaccessibility we've built around it. Modern translations have demolished these barriers. Take Emily Wilson's recent rendition, which crackles with the urgency of a battlefield dispatch. Her Achilles doesn't just get angry, he went absolutely berserk, a phrase that would feel at home in any contemporary war memoir. Or consider the graphic novel adaptations like Gareth Hines' stunning visual retelling, where Hector's final run from Achilles unfolds across panels as tense as any superhero showdown. These aren't watered-down versions, they're linguistic bridges, allowing the raw power of the story to shine through without requiring a classics degree to appreciate. The Iliad's structure actually works in its favor for modern audiences. Think of it like binge-worthy TV episodic arcs following different characters, sudden cuts from the battlefield to the gods' council on Olympus, even the equivalent of post-credit scenes with prophetic dreams and omens. The famous catalogue of ships in Book 2, that's Homer's version of a previously on recap, grounding listeners in the scope of the conflict. The repetitions, those swift-footed Achilles and rosy-fingered Dawn phrases aren't filler. They're the rhythmic hooks of an oral performance, as catchy as any pop song chorus. For those intimidated by the full epic, key episodes offer standalone power. The confrontation between Achilles and Agamemnon over Briseis reads like a corporate workplace drama with spears, a toxic boss, a star employee threatening to quit, and disastrous consequences for everyone. Hector's farewell to Andromache is a 3-minute masterpiece of marital intimacy and dread that could move any reader to tears. Even the god squabbles, Zeus rolling his eyes at Hera's scheming, Aphrodite getting scolded for meddling play out like immortal reality TV, full of petty jealousies and divine tantrums. Technology has opened new entry points too. Audiobook versions, especially those performed by classically trained actors like Sir Derek Jacobi, restore the Iliad to its original medium, the spoken word. Hearing Achilles' wails or Odysseus' cunning speeches in a skilled narrator's voice reveals cadences and emotions that silent reading can miss. Podcasts like Literature and History break the epic into digestible chunks with historical context, while YouTube channels overlay battle maps and family trees to untangle the story's complexity. What truly makes the Iliad accessible isn't just these modern formats, it's the sheer humanity pulsing through every line. When Achilles howls over Patroclus' body, we don't need footnotes to understand that sound. When Priam kisses the hands that killed his son, no translation can blunt that emotional gut punch. The poem's length isn't an obstacle, it's a luxury, allowing space for characters to breathe, for grief to unfold in real time, for the weight of every decision to settle deeply. This isn't a text to conquer, it's an experience to inhabit, whether you soak in a single book or marathon the entire epic. The real myth isn't that the Iliad is too complex, it's that we've convinced ourselves great stories require permission to be enjoyed. Approaching the Iliad for the first time can feel like standing at the base of a mountain, daunting, overwhelming, but pulsing with the promise of breathtaking vistas. This isn't just an ancient poem, it's a living ecosystem of human emotion and conflict waiting to be explored. The key isn't to scale it all at once, but to traverse its terrain thematically, letting its layers reveal themselves gradually. Start by following a single thread, perhaps the relentless cost of pride through Achilles' journey, or the fragile beauty of familial bonds in Hector's farewell to Andromache. Like tracking constellations in a night sky, isolating these patterns helps the epic's sprawling narrative cohere into something intimate and personal. Companion guides act as trail markers, illuminating the path without diluting the experience. Works like Simone Weil's The Iliad or The Poem of Force dissect the text's moral gravity, while The War That Killed Achilles by Caroline Alexander unpacks its historical context with novelistic flair. Podcasts like Literature and History offer episodic deep dives, breaking the epic into digestible arcs complete with cultural backstory. Even modern adaptations, Madeline Miller's The Song of Achilles, Elizabeth Cook's Achilles serve as emotional primers, attuning contemporary sensibilities to the story's timeless beats. These aren't shortcuts, they're lenses that sharpen focus on what matters most. The Iliad's structural rhythms, which might initially disorient, become its greatest asset when viewed through the right framework. Those repetitive epithets, swift-footed Achilles, bright-helmeted Hector, aren't poetic filler. They're mnemonic anchors from the epic's oral tradition, designed to let listeners immerse themselves in the story's flow rather than getting bogged down in plot mechanics. Lean into the cadence and you'll start to feel the pulse of an ancient performance where each recurrence builds emotional resonance. The battle scenes, which can blur together at first glance, reveal subtle choreography when read as a meditation on war's dehumanizing grind versus the glittering illusions of glory. Modern readers often stumble on the gods' constant meddling, expecting either stark realism or high fantasy. But Homer's deities function more like psychological forces, externalized manifestations of human impulses. Athena restraining Achilles from killing Agamemnon mirrors the voice of reason cutting through rage. Apollo guiding Paris' arrow embodies the role of chance in mortal affairs. Framing divine interventions as metaphors for internal and external pressures unlocks the text's psychological depth. This isn't a world where gods control fate, but one where humans navigate the tension between agency and forces beyond their control, a dilemma as relevant today as in the Bronze Age. The rewards for persisting are profound. Beyond its battlefield drama, the Iliad offers a masterclass in empathy, forcing readers to hold opposing truths simultaneously. Achilles' grief is both monstrous and heartbreaking. Hector's heroism is both noble and futile. The epic doesn't judge, it observes, inviting us to sit with the uncomfortable reality that humanity's brightest virtues and darkest flaws are often two sides of the same spear. In an age of polarized certainties, Homer's refusal to simplify is its own kind of solace. The poem's greatest gift isn't its answers, but its insistence on asking questions that still pierce through the centuries. What does it mean to be remembered? How much sorrow is enough? When does justice become vengeance? To read the Iliad is to converse across millennia, discovering that the human heart hasn't so much changed as revealed itself anew in different armor. Whether through annotated translations that unpack each allusion or audio performances that restore the text's musicality, the tools to scale this mountain are more accessible than ever. The journey might demand patience, but the view from the summit, where every war story, every lament, every moment of tenderness shimmers with recognition, rewards the climb tenfold. This isn't a relic to decode, it's a mirror waiting to show us who we've always been. The Trojan War is often framed as a foundational Western myth, a tale of Greek heroes and fallen cities that shaped European literature. But this narrow view crumbles when you trace the echoes of the war far beyond Homer's pages. Hittite tablets from Hattusa, written in cuneiform centuries before the Iliad, reference a kingdom called Wilusa, almost certainly Homer's Ilios or Troy, locked in conflict with Ahiowa, a powerful seafaring people scholars now believe were the Mycenaean Greeks. These aren't vague allusions. They're diplomatic correspondences detailing territorial disputes over places mentioned in the epic, like the contested Mount Ida. One letter even references a Wilusan king named Alexandru, a striking parallel to the Trojan prince Paris, whose birth name was Alexandros. The war wasn't some isolated feud, it was a geopolitical flashpoint recorded by empires far removed from the Aegean. Egyptian records add another layer. The Medinet Habu inscriptions of Pharaoh Ramses III depict a chaotic era when foreign alliances upheaved the Mediterranean, a possible nod to the coalition-style warfare seen in the Trojan campaign. While Egypt never names Troy directly, their accounts of destabilized trade routes and mysterious sea peoples align eerily with the post-war collapse that reshaped the region. Even the biblical book of Ezekiel, though written later, laments the fall of a merchant city that some scholars link to Troy's economic orbit, calling it a gatekeeper between nations now reduced to ashes. These aren't disconnected fragments, they're shards of a shared memory refracted through different cultural lenses. The Near East's epic traditions further blur the lines between East and West. The Akkadian Epic of Gilgamesh, centuries older than Homer, features its own fallen hero mourning a beloved friend, an echo of Achilles and Patroclus that suggests universal themes transcending borders. Phoenician traders, whose networks stretched from Tyre to Carthage, carried motifs of abducted queens and city-sacking heroes in their oral traditions, likely absorbing and reshaping Trojan War elements long before Greek poets cemented the canon. Even the Cypria, a lost Greek epic part of the Trojan cycle, acknowledges the war's broader context by opening with Zeus's concern over overpopulation, a motif borrowed from Near Eastern flood myths. This pan-Mediterranean tapestry challenges the myth of the Trojan War as a purely Greek story. It was a collision that reverberated across kingdoms and cultures, its retellings adapting to local contexts like a game of ancient telephone. A Hittite audience might have heard of Alexandru's disastrous treaty violations. An Egyptian scribe might have recorded the war's economic aftershocks. A Phoenician sailor might have spun tales of Helen's beauty to explain trade tensions. Homer's version didn't invent the narrative, it refined and preserved one thread in a much larger fabric. The real Trojan War wasn't owned by any one culture. It was a shared wound, a collective cautionary tale about the cost of pride and the fragility of power, stitched into the consciousness of an interconnected ancient world. The Trojan War wasn't just a Greek obsession, its ripples spread across the ancient world, leaving traces in cultures that never set foot on the plains of Ilium. Take the Hittite Empire, Troy's powerful neighbor to the east. Their clay tablets mention a kingdom called Archaeology, a name scholars now believe refers to the Mycenaean Greeks, locked in diplomatic spats and military clashes with a city named Wilusa, almost certainly Homer's Troy. One remarkable letter from the Hittite king Hattusili III even references a treaty violation by a Wilusan prince named Alexandru, a striking parallel to Paris, whose birth name was Alexandros. These aren't vague allusions, they're bureaucratic records documenting real Bronze Age geopolitics, proving the Trojan conflict registered on the radar of empires far beyond the Aegean. Journey south to Egypt, and the war's aftershocks appear in unexpected places. The Medinet Habu inscriptions of Pharaoh Ramses III describe a chaotic period when foreign alliances upended Mediterranean trade, a possible nod to the coalition warfare style that defined the Greek attack on Troy. While Egyptian texts never name Troy directly, their accounts of destabilized shipping lanes and mysterious sea peoples align eerily with the economic collapse that followed the war. Even fragments from Ugarit, a wealthy Syrian port city, contain desperate pleas for military aid against seaborne raiders during this era, suggesting the conflict's disruption spread like dominoes across interconnected Bronze Age economies. The Near East's own epic traditions absorbed and reworked Trojan themes centuries before Homer. The Mesopotamian Epic of Gilgamesh, already ancient when the Iliad was composed, features its own version of a grieving warrior, Gilgamesh, mourning his fallen companion Enkidu, mirroring Achilles and Patroclus in ways too precise to be coincidence. Phoenician traders, whose networks stretched from Tyre to Carthage, carried legends of abducted queens and cursed voyages that may have blended elements of Helen's story with their own myths. Even the biblical book of Ezekiel, though written later, laments the downfall of a prosperous trading hub that some scholars link to Troy's economic orbit, calling it a merchant of perfect beauty, now reduced to smoldering ruins. This cross-cultural tapestry reveals a startling truth. The Trojan War was never just a Greek story. It was a Mediterranean-wide trauma, retold and reshaped by every civilization it touched. The Hittites saw it as a border dispute gone awry. The Egyptians framed it as another example of northern aggression threatening their prosperity. For the Phoenicians, it became a cautionary tale about the dangers of mixing love and politics. Homer's version didn't invent the narrative, it crystallized one thread in a vast, interconnected web of shared memory. the most fascinating evidence comes from unexpected corners. A Luwian seal found in western Turkey depicts a warrior fighting beside a woman on a city's walls. Could this be Hector and Andromache? Etruscan tomb paintings in Italy show armored men hauling a wooden horse, proof that the legend reached central Italy centuries before Virgil wrote the Aeneid. Even the name Helen appears in Linear B tablets from Pylos, not as a mythic figure but as an object of religious veneration, suggesting her story predates Homer by generations. These scattered fragments form a mosaic far grander than any single culture's telling. They prove that the Trojan War mattered not because it was uniquely tragic, but because it encapsulated the fears and fascinations of an entire era. The delicate balance of diplomacy and violence, the tension between personal desire and political duty, the terrifying speed with which prosperity can crumble into ash. 3,000 years later, we're still piecing together its true scale, discovering that the war's greatest legacy wasn't the fall of one city, but how its echoes shaped the consciousness of the ancient world. The myth that Troy's secrets were all unearthed with Schliemann's shovel couldn't be further from the truth. Modern archaeology is rewriting the epic's footnotes in real time. Ground-penetrating radar surveys at Hisarlik in 2022 revealed an entire underground network of tunnels and chambers beneath Troy's citadel, structures never mentioned in Homer but now forcing us to reconsider how the city functioned as a living organism. These aren't just empty passageways. Soil analysis shows traces of burnt grain and olive oil, suggesting hidden storerooms where Trojans might have weathered sieges or smuggled supplies during blockades. The implications ripple outward. What if the legendary wooden horse wasn't a standalone trick, but part of a broader tradition of Trojan subterfuge, exploiting their intimate knowledge of the city's secret arteries? New technologies are peeling back Troy's layers without ever disturbing the soil. Magnetometry scans, a technique that maps underground disturbances in Earth's magnetic field, recently pinpointed a sprawling lower town 3 times larger than previously estimated, complete with artisan quarters and foreign merchant stalls. Chemical analysis of pottery shards tells an even richer story. Residue from Black Sea fish and Egyptian spices confirms Troy wasn't just a fortress, but a cosmopolitan hub where Aegean, Anatolian, and Levantine cultures converged. Even the humble barley grain has become a time capsule. Isotope testing reveals some were imported from as far as the Danube, proving Homer's well-fed Troy owed its wealth to trade networks stretching halfway across Europe. The human side of these discoveries is equally revelatory. Bioarchaeologists studying skeletal remains in Troy's cemeteries found evidence of healed battlefield injuries and advanced surgical trepanations, suggesting a society with sophisticated medical knowledge. One warrior's skull shows precise drilling near a fracture, an ancient attempt at brain surgery that contradicts our image of Bronze Age medicine as purely shamanistic. Meanwhile, DNA extracted from teeth is rewriting migration maps. Some Trojans carried genetic markers linking them to the Caucasus, while others shared ancestry with Minoan Crete, painting the city as a genetic melting pot centuries before the concept of globalization existed. Perhaps most startling are the whispers of Troy's resilience after its legendary fall. Carbon dating of olive pits and animal bones proves habitation continued uninterrupted for generations after the supposed destruction layer. Not as a diminished village, but as a reinvented city, new pottery styles blending Greek and Anatolian motifs, rebuilt temples where offerings still burned for Apollo. This wasn't the clean rupture of myth, it was evolution, a phoenix rising not from ashes but from the embers of cultural exchange. The real Troy wasn't just a victim of war, it was a survivor, adapting as all great cities do. The future promises even more revelations. Advances in AI-powered artifact reassembly are digitally reconstructing thousands of pottery fragments into complete vessels, potentially restoring lost trade records or treaties. LiDAR scans of the surrounding countryside may soon uncover forgotten roads linking Troy to its allies, while underwater archaeologists are surveying ancient shorelines for the Greeks' lost beachfront camps. Every broken loom weight, every child's toy buried in the rubble adds another stitch to the tapestry. Troy's story isn't locked in the past, it's a living puzzle, waiting for the next generation of scholars and technologies to fit the pieces together. The day we stop uncovering Troy's secrets isn't just unlikely, it's the day we stop looking. Beneath the waves of the Aegean, where Greek warships once bobbed during their decade-long siege, underwater archaeologists are now uncovering clues that could rewrite the Trojan War's logistical history. In 2021, a team scanning the seabed near Hisarlik, the modern site of ancient Troy, discovered a submerged stone structure resembling a Mycenaean-era breakwater. This isn't just a sunken relic, it's potential evidence of a massive Greek harbor, large enough to support Homer's fleet of 1,200 ships. Sediment analysis revealed layers of charred wood and smashed pottery dating to Troy's destruction era, hinting at violent skirmishes beyond the city walls. These underwater findings challenge old assumptions that the Greeks simply beached their vessels instead. They suggest a sophisticated naval operation with supply lines and defensive infrastructure. Cutting-edge technology is revolutionizing how we explore Troy's past without lifting a trowel. Drones equipped with multispectral cameras have identified buried structures in the surrounding plains, including what appears to be a network of siege trenches encircling the citadel. Meanwhile, neutron activation analysis of Bronze Age arrowheads found at the site traces their metals to Cypriot and Sardinian mines, proving the war drew fighters and weapons from across the Mediterranean. Even the humble remains of ancient meals tell a story. Isotopic studies of animal bones show sudden shifts in diet during Troy's final years, suggesting food shortages that align with Homer's descriptions of desperate defenders. Genetics is adding another layer to Troy's complex identity. Recent DNA sequencing of skeletons from Troy's cemeteries reveals a genetic cocktail of Anatolian, Balkan, and Caucasian ancestry, a testament to the city's role as a cultural crossroads. One particularly striking find, a warrior buried with Mycenaean-style weapons whose genome shows partial Greek ancestry, possibly evidence of pre-war intermarriage or defectors. These discoveries dismantle the simplistic Greeks versus Trojans narrative, revealing a world where bloodlines and loyalties were as tangled as the roots of the olive trees shading Troy's plains. The future of Trojan War research lies in collaboration across disciplines. Archaeologists are teaming with climate scientists to reconstruct Bronze Age weather patterns from seabed sediment cores, seeking evidence of the droughts that may have strained Troy's resources. Linguists applying AI-powered analysis to Hittite tablets are identifying previously overlooked references to Walusa Troy and Ahiowa Greeks, including a tantalizing fragment describing a great battle near the Dardanelles. Even space tech plays a role. Satellite imagery has detected subtle ground depressions along Troy's ancient trade routes, marking caravanserai where armies might have resupplied. Perhaps most exciting are the untouched frontiers waiting to be explored. Ground-penetrating radar suggests undiscovered chambers beneath Troy's Acropolis, possibly royal archives with clay tablets that could be the Bronze Age equivalent of war diaries. Underwater surveys near the island of Lemnos may locate the Greeks' forward base, where Achilles reportedly quarreled with Agamemnon, and newly deciphered Linear B tablets from Pylos mention Troy's gold in context with cryptic tribute lists, hinting at financial motives obscured by later myths. The quest for Troy's truth is accelerating, but its greatest revelation may be this: the boundary between history and legend was never as solid as we imagined. Each discovery peels back another layer, revealing a world where reality and myth intertwined as tightly as the strands of a Spartan soldier's leather sandal. The past isn't finished speaking, we're just learning how to listen. The Trojan War isn't just a relic of ancient poetry, it's a living conversation between the past and present, where gods and mortals grapple with truths we still wrestle with today. Beneath the layers of myth lies a collision of real societies, real ambitions, and real lives that shape the course of history. Archaeology has peeled back the legend to reveal Troy's towering walls and bustling markets, while Hittite tablets whisper of diplomatic crises that might have sparked the conflict. Yet Homer's genius wasn't in recording events verbatim, it was in capturing the human heart of war. The searing grief of Achilles, the quiet despair of Andromache, the fragile truce between Priam and his son's killer. These aren't Bronze Age curiosities, they're mirrors reflecting our own world's tensions between pride and compassion, glory and loss. What makes this story endure isn't the wooden horse or Helen's beauty, it's the uncomfortable questions it forces us to confront. Can justice ever balance vengeance? Why do societies glorify sacrifices they'd never wish on their own children? The Iliad doesn't offer tidy answers. Instead, it shows us Achilles half-divine, wholly shattered cradling Patroclus' body, and realizing too late that no amount of fury can fill the void left by love. These themes transcend time, resonating in everything from veterans' PTSD struggles to modern debates over national honor versus human cost. The war's legacy thrives because it refuses to be pigeonholed. For historians, it's a puzzle of trade routes and pottery shards. For psychologists, a masterclass in trauma and resilience. For storytellers, a blueprint of narrative alchemy, how fact becomes myth and myth becomes identity. Even the contradictions matter. The same Greeks who sacked Troy later claimed Trojan ancestry through Aeneas, proving that enemies and ancestors are often separated by little more than a generation's retelling. As the dust settles on our exploration, one truth stands clear: the Trojan War belongs to no single culture or discipline. It's a shared inheritance passed down through Egyptian ship logs and Hittite treaties, Roman frescoes and Hollywood films. Whether you're drawn to the bronze-clad battlefield tactics or the quiet horror of Hector's toddler clutching his helmet plume, there's a thread here for every curious mind to pull. So what do you think? Did the war's real stakes lie in Troy's strategic harbor or in Homer's unflinching gaze at the price of obsession? Drop your theories below, and if untangling history's knottiest mysteries brings you joy, join us as we dive into the next enigma waiting in antiquity's shadows. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and keep the conversation alive. After all, the greatest stories aren't just told, they're debated, reinterpreted, and carried forward by each new voice that